Oh, hello. The stream has begun. I'm back. I'm Code Eric, working on an app called Zerve. We're going to be deep in the code today in the GitHub here, so you can follow along by looking at some of the code, and feel free to ask any questions and whatnot as it comes up. But probably no one's here, which is fine. I saw I had an average viewership of 0.07, which is good, almost at one average viewer. But I think there are some people who watch the VODs, or at least look at the VODs. There's people who notice them. But I do have some better content on YouTube. And let me know what sort of content you'd like me to produce around Zerve. And I'll produce a few more YouTube content, a few more YouTube videos. I've been slacking a little bit on those because I've been focusing on the code. So I want to get into it. I've got a blank desktop right now because yesterday I was updating some stuff. I was updating my computer. In fact, probably Terminal freaks out a little bit. Usually Terminal's freaking out a lot, but this is only like the first few terminals I open. See, eventually now it's fine. And this is just some weird configuration that I have in my ZSH config. Isn't that weird? How am I going to be working on the front end today? I'm going to be working on the full stack, Radko. Great to have you around. And yeah, so I'm going to be jumping into the full stack, including the front end. I want to add password-based authentication because that's like a sizable project that's pretty well in scope now. So here, let me start up some of the apps. First, I'll start up the backend server. CD into my code directory /zerve or /z, where my code is. And now I do yarn workspace zoo server dev. And this should launch up the server on port 3888. Then I'll go yarn workspace zoo web dev. And this will start the next app. So let's jump into the next app. Where's my Chromium? Okay, so now we can tap on auth. And we're already logged in here. And this is kind of what it looks like right now when you're logged in. Which isn't the prettiest experience, but hey, it's better than it probably could be. Or it's better than it was a week ago, let's put it that way. Oops, where's my cursor? And we can log in and log out all through the web interface, but right now it's an email-based authentication. So I think I might just work from within the web app today, or at least for a little while. But all the same code and logic is also functioning on mobile. And that's kind of where I got it to be working first. That's interesting. The VS Code command is not working at all. I somehow seem to have broken that. No big deal. I'll just open VS Code. But I am a little curious how that happened. And let's see, I think I was probably making some changes last night in the code that I hadn't committed. I got distracted by updating my computer and playing with Sidecar and macOS, using my trackpad and keyboard from the Mac to control the iPad. Pretty fun stuff. Okay, so we're in the code. Don't know why that error was happening, but that's okay. So we'll take a look at, for example, the zoo server. And this is setting up the authentication. So right now, maybe we don't want to have logins or email passwords enabled all the time, because right now we kind of create auth will provide the same functionality for everyone, depending on what you provide to it. So maybe we should have an options for create auth that includes that would include, for example, the password authentication, whether or not that's necessary. So I'm going to change the signature for create auth because there's too many arguments here, and so some of them are optional, some of them are required. I'm going to clean this up a little bit, and we can go take a look at the implementation for create auth. It's got all of these generics, these TypeScript generics, which makes it a little bit confusing, but these are the arguments that we're passing in to create auth. So what I'll do is I will just factor this out as an object that we will destructure. Strategies, files, get user zeds. So now this will be a little bit more clear. Well, yeah, sorry that the timing didn't work out too well, Radko, but thanks for sticking around, and feel free to hop into the VOD or into the YouTube, and I'll see you around. Sometimes the timing works for people, sometimes it doesn't, and that's okay. That's just how it goes with these live streams. I do try to stream earlier in the day because I know there's because I want like Europeans to be able to enjoy this live, but this is as early as the day I managed to stream. You know, it's almost 11 a.m. here, but I could get a little earlier. I used to start streaming at 8 in the morning, which was pretty intense. Okay, so where is everywhere where create auth is getting called? Because it's probably not just the zoo server, or maybe it is just the zoo server. Okay, yeah, it's just the zoo server. Not a problem. So what we'll do here is we'll say that these are the strategies. These are the files. And these are the, what was it called? Get user. It should autocomplete for me, I think. Get user zeds. Okay, yeah. So now we are creating auth, and we kind of have a bunch of different, kind of properties, arguments that we're passing into auth when we create it. And we can also provide something that specifies whether or not the password is available. So let's make it so that we can kind of set a password. We would need a action that the client can call to do that, and it's something that the client is only going to be able to call once they're basically already logged in effectively. And that's why we have this junk being returned. In fact, just for the sake of readability, I think I might need to take some of this and remove it. But this is the ability to set the username. And we're not working against a real database, we're just writing against the file system here. Because this is meant to be something that doesn't scale, but will work well for small applications. And yeah, especially the Zerve application right now is starting off as a pretty small application where it's not supposed to be all of your millions of users who are jumping into this application to log in. It's just going to be the people at your company who are logging in to work on their own content, to manage the content inside of the app that they work on. So in addition to get username, and yeah, maybe here, what if I created a function here that's like pops this out, or just pops out this entire set username? The problem is the set username depends on the user ID, and it probably also depends on like users' files. Where does that come from? Okay, I'll do that. I'll do a create set username action, just so that this is going to be more readable, and we'll have the same structure for our next action called set password. So create. This is so typical of me and of other software developers, where it's like, oh, I'm about to start on one project, and then I see this other thing, and I'm like, oh, I can clean that up. Wouldn't that be nice if that were cleaned up? I'm like a squirrel who sees something shiny. Okay, create set username. Create set username action. Or what if it's called just get? It's get set username action. And we need to provide the user's files and the user ID. And maybe that's it, who knows? get set username action. Function get set username action. It gets the user's files, which is a files module, system files module, and it also gets the user ID string. And it returns this whole thing. It also needs the authentication files. An argument, expected 3 arguments. Okay, TypeScript is just being a little slow to give us credit here. Okay, cool. We might be coming along. Okay. The tooling is taking a second to catch up because there's no more syntax error, and here it's kind of complaining that it can't read this, but I think this is going to be good. Check happy code, and then we can just kind of create a new action. Hang on, where's the thing I'm looking for? Where was I? I'm lost in the auth file. It's at the time when we're creating the user. Hang on, this is where we just were. And we pass it into create user Zeds. Get user Zeds. You pass in the logged in user. Hang on, so what does get Zed logged in user mean? I see, so this is the code that I was just looking for, which is basically getting all of the logged in sort of behavior that the user has. So let's create a set password behavior. And we can also create a schema for the password. In fact, we're going to need that in just a second. Get set password action. And I'm going to assume that it has the same arguments as get set username action, but I'm not actually sure. So I'll copy the function signature because it has the same arguments. And I'll change the name to set password action. So similarly, we're going to be returning a create Z action. And we're going to be returning null, but we're going to not be taking the username as the argument. We're going to be taking the password as the argument. And probably we even want a more complicated schema because we want the user to be able to specify their previous password at the time where they're setting the password. And sometimes we will require them to have a previous password set, like if they have logged in a long time ago. But if they've logged in recently, I think it makes sense to trust them that they can set their password. So the authentication logic and security is a big project and needs to constantly be revisited. But a lot of what I've learned is just by picking up on security patterns that are used in applications where, for example, GitHub won't allow you to do certain activities unless you put in your password. So that's effectively the same thing as logging in again. And I do want to add additional one-time password capabilities so that way it's properly secure, so that if you want to on your application, have a optional two-factor auth flow with the one-time passwords. And that's actually a fun project because there's a node library that handles one-time passwords on the server. I've always kind of wanted to experiment with that and set up one-time passwords and get it working on my 1Password and everything. But anyways, right now we're just focusing on setting a single password. And here we're providing the async handler for the function. So yeah, step 1 will be setting the passwords. Step 2, we'll worry about consuming it. So the username schema is not what we'll have. We'll have the set password schema, which doesn't exist. We can create it though. Oops. Hang on, I'm going to be back in just a minute. There's someone here. Okay, that was funny. I just had there are plumbing issues in my building, and sometimes that causes troubles. But it looks like I can continue here, uh, which is good because I just started. Where was I? I was hacking on the schema for the set password schema, and it's going to have, what are the properties? The property is the password, the new password, and it will conform to the password schema. Which doesn't exist yet, but we're going to get to that in a second. And then we've got the previous password. Previous password. And it's also a password schema, but only we require the new password. And we'll throw an error if they're not providing the old password and the session is so old that we don't quite trust them enough to change their password. So the password schema, well, it's going to be awfully similar to the username schema in that it's a string. And we can also put in password length requirements here. So specifically, I think having a min length of 6, I feel like it's kind of rude to ask people to set a longer password than 6, even though this is a terribly insecure password. Whatever. I don't really like stringent password requirements. So if you want to be silly, then be silly. If you want to have a password that's 6 spaces, then, technically that's going to be allowed by this schema at least. It's not going to be recommended by me, but... So set password schema, that's passed in when we're creating our action. Where are we defining this action? Oh, here's the set password. So it's here, set password action. And it's the set password schema. So now we know that we're going to get here new password and previous password. And TypeScript is like, has our back on that. It knows that new password should be a string. Previous password is an optional string. It's a string or undefined. So now we're tasked with actually going and setting the user's password. And to do that, we need to get the user's file. So that's why we have something called user files. So yeah, we just need to be looking at the user files. It's actually a folder, and inside the folder there's a user.json. So if you want to access the user's data, this is how you do it, from the user ID. So now let's just do console.log users ID, or users data, and then we have the user data. We also have the new password. We're going to ignore the old password for now. Return null, and now the type safety should check out because we're returning exactly what we had promised. Yeah, and that's what TypeScript had just been complaining about. I'm going to jump into the app, and oh shoot, I needed to be logged in. So now I need to log back in. Okay, I really need to make this login form an actual form so that when I hit enter, it performs the login. It should actually send it to me right away. Wow, I have a lot of these emails in my inbox. These authentication emails. RX4Q. I can tell when I'm working on it because there's just like a big chunk of authentication spam. Okay, so now we're logged in. It's not showing us set password, which, you know, maybe it should be though. Why wouldn't it be showing us set password here? Set username isn't hard-coded. I don't think. At least not on the client, it's not hard-coded. Yeah, so we're returning these things. Get set password action. That's kind of a confusing name. Get set password action. So let's take a look at the zoo server. Maybe this is the one who's responsible here. So we're doing ... user. So let's look at the signature for get user Zeds because it doesn't seem to be happy with this type safety. So here it's trying to explain what the type signature is. And I can't, it's not even showing me what I need to see here. So I'll just I'll read what the type signature is, what it claims to be. This doesn't even make much sense, does it? A type literal property cannot have an initializer. How is this a type literal property? I'm trying to think. Okay, well, whatever. I'll just delete this default because, like, you kind of always need to provide get user Zeds yourself. And you're first given the user, which includes the user admin Zeds. Right. So user admin Zeds is what's returned by get logged in user. So I'm not sure if that's going to do the inference properly, but that's... I'm trying to read what this says. Yeah. Well, confusing that the type safety is not checking out, but also the functionality is not checking out. Like, what we can do is we can check from Insomnia, where I think I still have a logged in session. Fingers crossed. So we are logged in, I think. And now we're in Z. Query for Z. Oops, we need to be doing a get. Query for the root, and then inside the root we have auth. And then inside of the auth/user, we should have all sorts of stuff. We do. We have set username, set password, and store. That's kind of curious. because on the mobile app, wait, what? Set password is here now. So something about the mobile or something about the web app is just not really aggressively loading these new Zeds properly. That's slightly obnoxious, but not that big of a deal. Set password now. New password. So now we'll type in a password. Foobar. This should be marked as a password input so that theoretically we shouldn't see these characters. So I'm just going to set my password by hitting submit, and then we'll see what happens on the back end. By the way, on the front end, it's like not even supposed to do anything because there's some missing capability that the mobile app has. On the mobile app, it kind of navigates to the result. So here's the user data, and it also sees the new password. So the user object basically is listing who are the different authenticators that can log in as this user. And these authenticators, this authenticator is the ID basically of the email strategy plus the email itself. So it's going to be unique for every email. So now we basically want to add a password information to this user file. So what we want to do that is we want to basically use a password hashing algorithm that will make it hard for, should make it pretty much impossible for anyone who has this user file to determine what your password is. And that's usually done in two pieces. You basically take the password itself, which has a limited amount of entropy, because foobar, for example, or users can set really dumb passwords. We want to introduce our own entropy before we hash it, and that's called a salt. And that basically means it so that if somebody has a big list of hashes that correspond to passwords, like a list of all the hashes for obvious passwords like foobar, that they won't be able to use that list to match against our list. So that's what salts can prevent against. So what we need to do is we need to use a hash algorithm that's meant to be a slow hashing algorithm, designed to be slow. I think the popular one is a bunch of consonants in a row, like what's it called? It's called like BBK PDF or something. Wow, I was close. Something PDF. Yeah, no, it's PBKDF2. This is the popular thing. Basically, it takes a long time for your computer to hash a password this way, and you can configure how much time you want the computer to take, relatively. So I'll just do node crypto, because all this stuff should be built into node itself. And here's an example. So there's node. I wonder if I can actually get node's documentation. PBK, yeah, so here, crypto dot blah blah blah, and then you pass in the password, then you pass in the salt. And we need to have gotten the salt somehow. And then of course it has a callback because this is node. And I don't want to call the synchronous function because we want our server to be able to handle other requests while this login is going on. So here we are on the get set password action. So here we want to first create a salt, and then we want to do this crypto.publicative, and we pass it the password, the salt, the iterations, the key length, the digest. This behavior is deprecated. Please specify a digest explicitly. So I just want to specify SHA1 because this is just how it converts the... Actually, wait. I think the digest is the underlying algorithm that this outer algorithm uses, which is confusing. I think PBKDF depends on an inner hashing algorithm. And the iterations is really part of it. It must be a number set as high as possible, as high as tolerable. So here, let's see, it's set as... Anyways, I'll just copy this type signature and we can iterate with it. and the last callback is a callback. So what I'll do is I'll do await, new promise, resolve, and also reject. I don't really like that I'm doing this inline here, but it could be worse. It could be worse, might as well be the title of every one of my streams. There's also something called denotify, like dnode as in Node.js, denotify, which kind of promisifies all of these crypto or all the built-in node functions like this. So will it let me import this straight from crypto? I think this module is only ever executed on the server, so I don't really feel bad about it. Import from crypto. Node.js's built-in crypto stuff. Okay, so if there's an error, you want to return or just reject and pass the error, and then otherwise else resolve. And we are going to resolve the actual value, right? What is the signature for the error, comma, derived key? Key. And so that's what we're going to get here, const derived key. So if we log the derived key at this point, in addition to the password, we should see the same thing every time because we're passing in the same secret and the same salt. And the secret, let's just pass in the new password because that's what we're trying to hash. But we're passing in the same salt every time. So every time we run this, just like for sanity's sake, we should see a different result. We should see the same password hash every time we run this because the salt is hard-coded. Okay, hit submit. Okay, well, it's not being encoded as a string, it's a buffer, but we can see the buffer starts with A4, D4, 4D. I'll submit again. A4, D4, 4D. Okay, so this is what's happening when we have a hard-coded salt, and this is the actual vulnerability, because now someone might know that when you hash a password like foobar, it always has this result, this output. Also, the thing, I'm going to convert this to a hex string because a buffer is not nearly as useful for us. So you can do buffer.from derived key, but derived key is actually already a buffer, so you can just literally do .toString and specify the encoding. So I'll say hex encoding. Derived key, it's not, oh yeah, so it knows that it's a buffer. That's nice that the TypeScript is aware here. It should know that derived key here is a string. What if I just say as a string? Is that terribly naive? And still it says derived key is unknown. But whatever, I can just specify it's a promise that will resolve a string if it succeeds. And now TypeScript should be happy that we are resolving that derived key should be a string at this point. So now we need to create a random salt. And it looks like salt can just be a string. Now, crypto has the ability to get random bytes. Just get random. I'm trying to see how I do randomness in this code base already. So you can just synchronously call random bytes from crypto. But I wouldn't mind doing something a little slower in this case, something async. That's interesting how it's synchronous. Yeah, most of the APIs in Node are synchronous, and there's an alternate version for an async version. Or I should say, they're synchronous, they're async by default, and then there's an alternate synchronous version. But it looks like crypto.randomBytes is both the synchronous implementation and the async implementation, which is kind of interesting. Not like it matters, though. So what am I going to do? Inside of auth, where are we creating this hash. Okay, here inside of the set password, blah, blah, blah. Let's say that we want to get a const hash in the same way. When I say the same way, what I mean is like we're going to do this promise wrapper to the crypto API. And here we'll specify basically that we're doing crypto.random bytes. And how many random bytes do we need? I don't actually know. So I'm going to type 128 because 128 is an excellent number. And it's more random data than they have in the example, right? Didn't they have some example with PBKDF? Well, I guess their example is no good. How big does the salt need to be? I don't think a salt actually needs to be very good for it, or very big for it to be effective. As long as it's kind of longer than a password, and 128 bytes should be plenty longer than a password. We can also take a look at the actual hash string once we produce it. Okay, so we've got a random buffer, we're resolving, and then hash is a string. And it's complaining that's not being used, but we can use it here. And so now we'll specify the derived key and the hash, which are both going to be saved in the user file. And we're using the hash. So now, from the front end, if we go and make the request twice, it's hard to see which is which. Hang on. So I'm only going to, well, actually, first the user data, and then the derived key, and then the hash, and then the password. So this is the user data. This is the derived key. Then there's the hash. So the hash is plenty long. Okay, that's all I wanted to verify. And now we can verify that basically the derived key is going to be changing every time the user sets a new password, even if it's the same password. Yeah, this string has changed. Verified. Verify somewhat working crypto technology. So the derived key and the hash we need to save. We do not want to save the new password. The new password should only be used here inside of the hashing function. And we throw away the key. We swallow it and throw it away. I guess swallowing is not the most effective way of throwing something away. Okay, so now we want to go save these files, or save this into the user data. So user data, user files, I'm looking for like the other references to user files so that I can just copy the place where we're writing the user data. So at this point we kind of already know the user file exists at the same path, at a certain path. So this is actually writing the thing. So do we have user data path? No, that should be here. So we'll break that out, user data path. And now we need to go and actually create the new user data. So yeah, we can just go ahead and do it right here in line, and we'll spread the previous user data. By the way, we should, be checking some additional things before we allow them to change their password, like the age of the session and things like that. But for now, we're just going to allow anyone who's logged in to change their password. And so that's what we're doing. Is user data might already have the password digest and the password salt. So the password salt here is the salt that we create, or the hash. It's called this hash, but it's really called the salt. I'm just going to rename these variables inline because that will make them a little more clear what they're being used for. And I'm glad I'm writing this code on stream because, like, password authentication is one of those things that's simple, but important to get right. With basically like making sure that you're using good patterns, but it's fun how simple it can be to get password authentication to work. It already needs something like email verification to kind of already be there in order to handle the login process, unless you require a password when you log in, which is not something I want. I want kind of a flexible modular authentication system so that when people, because some people prefer magic links and they want to just click on the link. Some people prefer username and password, usually because they have like a password manager that helps them with that. So it's tough. I'm also, funnily enough, I'm trying to run a poll on Twitter right now. It's not going very well. There's not very much engagement yet. There's only 6 votes. But I'm trying to understand, like, when you click a link that had been like a magic link emailed to you, like, are you logged in on the browser that you had started the process from? Are you logged in where the place, like, after you click the link? Or are you logged in somehow in both places, which is probably the only, like, actual wrong answer to me. But I'm not sure, like, does it make sense that you log in at the place where you had requested to start logging in, or the place where you get to after you tap that email link? And it's frustrating because there's really big implications for both security and for user experience. So I don't know. I really don't know what the ideal situation is. So we'll see. Okay, password digest. We're saving the password digest, we're saving the password salt, and we're basically overriding that on the user. And let's just go ahead and see if we're able to set a password now. Oh, I'm going to change these defaults a little bit. SHA 512. Maybe let me just do a quick Google for like recommended PBK DF2 settings. Practical security. It takes several input parameters. I know. That's why I'm asking. Salt. 128 bits is recommended? Wow, that's so funny that I like accidentally did the exact amount of randomness for the salt that they recommended. Wow, I'm a genius. Okay, so hash function. Here it's SHA 512. That's what the crypto example had, but that's like one of, I guess that is a very secure hash. That's probably going to be better than SHA 256. And for a minute, I almost read the SHA 512 as MD5, which is like not really secure in this context whatsoever. But actually, I think these defaults are pretty good. Iterations count is 1024 iterations. And what's interesting is that this kind of depends on I need to test this against the real server that I want to run in production, because I don't want to make it so that it takes a really long time to set the password. But yeah, like, because maybe I'll test it on this computer and like I've got a fast laptop, maybe it's able to do these hashes a lot faster. I don't want it to take 10 seconds for you to have to wait for the password to save. Okay, so here, we're just going to go and press save password. It didn't log anything. I think we removed the logs, but what we can do is we can take a look at the actual, like, data. Can we? Okay, so the Zerve, this is basically the Zerve application in my home directory. And it has an auth folder, and the auth folder has the users folder. And inside of the users folder, those are all of my sessions that I've created over over these days of testing. And then here's the user.json. Save just for the formatting. And yeah, so here's the password digest and the password salt. And the password salt is really long. The password digest is going to be hard to determine what my password was by looking at this. And next time I come back and set a different password, this is going to be entirely different. So now we need a new workflow where we can actually log in using the password. Yeah, nice that the password can be set and everything, but let's work on using the password. So that's going to be in the workflow for create session, but maybe it's a different thing that's actually being called rather than create session. I think that kind of makes sense actually, is to have create session via a different thing, like via a password where you're specifying your user ID and the password. The only like workflow limitation that this is going to introduce is it means that if somebody wants to log in with their email and a password, it won't be super well supported because we'll have the user ID and password workflow working, and we'll have the email magic link workflow working. But I don't think it's a big problem because, again, we're helping password manager users who want to have a username and password or want to have a password-based login. So they can easily store the username as part of that in their password manager. So I think I'm going to stick with it and say that you'll have separate workflows for whether or not you're logging in via an authentication strategy, like email or SMS, and probably OAuth will also fit into that workflow. And you'll use a separate workflow for logging in via password. So I'll create a new action here called create session with password. And yes, it's with password, but it's also with the username. So this is going to be like a kind of a typical login request that we're defining here. Create session payload schema. Okay, I was a little curious about this one because most of the schemas are statically defined, constantly defined, but this one actually does depend on the strategies that are available inside of auth. So I was a little confused why this didn't have a capital name, but it's actually correct. But for this one, we will have a statically defined schema. So we have the set password schema, and we can also create a new schema called the login with password schema. So we'll specify the properties that you need is the password and the user ID. The user ID is a username schema. We already have you. Should I just call it the username here? It's a little confusing because half the time in the code base it's referred to as a username. But on the front end, mostly it's the user ID. And I'm going to continue referring to it as the user ID because maybe the user hasn't actually had a chance to set their username and they still have their default username, which is actually like a really ugly string. So for the sake of like user clarity, I'm going to have I'll talk about the username because that's what it is once they've set it. But it's the user ID. And maybe I should just rename this username schema to the user ID schema. Not now. So what are the required properties for logging in? The user ID and the password. Okay, so now we need to be using the login with password schema. And this will verify that people are logging in with correct looking payload. And it returns, what does create session actually return? It says that it returns a null schema, which is interesting because doesn't it return a session sometimes? Yeah, dude. This is a lie. I'm going to change this instead of null schema to maybe session schema. Do we have a session schema? It has the session ID, the session token, and the user ID. I don't think we have this, so I'll create a new one, new schema. This is basically just going to be reference. I don't know why TypeScript isn't caching that error below, but it should. Session schema has the user ID, and what was it? It was like the session ID and the session token, right? User ID, session token. And all three things are required when you have a session. So I'll just say that these are strings. So I don't think we have a more specific schema for them, and it doesn't really make any sense for that to be the case. Type string. Okay, so what is a maybe session schema? Well, it's either null, one of the null schema, or the session schema. So this is how you do optional things in JSON schema. Excuse me. So maybe session schema will be returned from both create session and our new thing, which is create session with password. So here I'm going to do a console.log just so that we can kind of verify that we get to this step, and then we have to go work on the front end and make it so the front end has user interface for logging in with a password. Wouldn't that be a nice idea? Doesn't that sound pretty novel? Logging in, please. Log me in, please. And we're going to log the user ID and the password. And we're going to return null, which is a valid maybe session schema. Yeah, so here it is actually complaining about the type safety, where previously we were returning never, aka returning undefined. And now it should know that we're resolving null. Come on. It's also complaining that we're not using these destructured elements, but we are, because we're logging them. I don't know. Sometimes I don't have the patience for TypeScript to like realize that we're in good shape. TypeScript, please infer the schema. Let me double check that I've defined the schemas properly, because actually I think I screwed that up. Yeah, so look at this, as const. So now we've told TypeScript, hey, that this, you can statically analyze this thing. It's safe to statically analyze this because no one can modify it. Oh, and good, now TypeScript comes and verifies that, look, this action now that you've implemented looks like the right thing, because it takes in the user ID and the password, and it returns null or the session. Really just returns null. But this is fun because now we can jump onto the front end again, and we can go, now that we set our password, right? Do we remember what the password is? We can even set it repeatedly because there's nothing preventing us from setting it repeatedly. So now, yeah, we're quite certain that the password is set as foobar. And now I'll jump back and I will log out. And this is a screen where we need to add a new workflow, a username plus email workflow. So these are currently hard-coded on the client, which is not great, that these authentication strategies are just pre-baked in here. And it's funny because I think the client even has the metadata that it needs to know, if you have email or phone or what you have on your auth system. But whatever, right now we're just worrying about my application. We can make that dynamic later, or you can work on that if you want to use this system for your code. So in Znode, this is where we have basically a lot of this modular UI that depends on the Z API, including auth. So here's the login strategy form. This is the form that's rendered once you've tapped one of these strategies. And here's the code we're looking at right now. We're mapping over all of the login strategies, and we're rendering a button for each of them. And then once you've tapped on that button, it'll do set selected strategy, and then the selected strategy will be here. And as a result, we will render the form for that strategy. And I think right now the email and the phone number are kind of using the same form. So I'll take a look at these login strategies here, and I'll just copy and paste to create our own one, and then we need to go and make it work too. User, I don't know, I think there might be a user icon. I'm not actually sure. But label and email are both going to be username plus password. I mean, the key could just be username, actually. So now we need a schema, which is like the schema of what? I guess the schema of what's being collected. Type string, am I allowed to just refer to password schema here? Probably not, because password schema is not defined in a place that is easily shared. Like the front end is not seeing what a password schema is, even though it's defined here. Is it exported here? It's not exported. I'm just trying. Yeah. So Znode can't import it because we're inside of Zoo. Well, I don't know. In this case, what I'll do is I'll just copy it because maybe we do want the front end to provide something different. But really, theoretically, it'd be nice if it was consuming the exact same schema for the password we had in the back end. Okay, so now username and password. The icon is actually not so bad. So I'll tap username and icon. Okay, and now it says password and send me a code. So this is the strategy form. And what we can do is we can just say basically, I'm going to put this as a lowercase. Well, anyways, so if the key is the username, we want to basically have a special. So yeah, if username is here, then we kind of don't want to show this form, or this form needs to be very different. So for example, where does it say like send me the code? That's not good. That doesn't make any sense. Send me a code. Code schema. Probably here. Oops, sorry, not here. Here, on code schema? No? Send me a code. Oh, it's straight up hard-coded in this form. So yeah, we can just write a few special cases here, because this is already a pretty functional form. It even specifies that this is the password. This is a little awkward that these ... are here. We should find a way to hide these. The ... You know, the ... Send me a code. Yeah, and like the back end is complaining, I'm sure, because we're trying to go to the wrong action, and we should be doing a different action here other than create session, because we created a new action. It's not called session, it's called like create session with username or something, right? Create session with password. So yeah, send me a code is the first part of the step. Yeah. Okay, so what I will do is I won't even use this component at all, because this component is really meant for when you have two more steps rather than when you're on the last step. So I'll copy this whole big login strategy form and paste it into the a new file or a new component called username, or just pass. Wait, no, we need the username too. Yeah, username password form, login form. And it doesn't need the strategy as an argument, but it will take path and uncancel. Okay, now I can maybe delete some stuff. Okay, and we can delete this whole top section of the form because we just need one form. And the schema has, like, I don't know. Right now I'll just have an empty schema. And there's a save label, which I'll just say login. Because at this point you're not registering, you already have a user account, presumably. And also there's a value. Don't know what to do with the value. And also maybe this should be a JSON schema form rather than a JSON schema editor. Am I not allowed to change the save label of a JSON schema form? But it does have an on value, I think. Okay, and we'll just do a console.log. Hello form value. Address. There's an empty schema store, and there's a cancelability for the JSON schema form. Does it? Really? JSON schema form. Wait a second. Maybe JSON schema... Maybe the other one was what we wanted. JSON schema editor. Oh. Yeah. So I wanted the JSON schema editor because JSON schema editor has its own value, its own stateful value. It effectively kind of maintains its own form and maintains its own state. But I got the names confused. So value here is misleading because it really means the initial value. So damn. Whatever. Like, what is the initial value, right? It's like an empty username. But we'll get to that in just a second. And I thought I was deleting this stuff as well. And it's not really an address, it's going to be the whole result of the login form. Okay, so now we need to use this. Okay, so select it. So if there is a selected strategy, well, what I'll do is I'll say if there's a selected strategy, then I'll just put a ternary. If the selected strategy is equal to username, then you render the username password login form. Otherwise, you render this whole login strategy form. And a lot of the props are the same. Okay, I'm just going to rearrange this because the type safety doesn't seem happy. But that might be a way to fix the type error there. Okay, excellent. So now, depending on what strategy, well, this is ugly, which maybe means that it's working. Is it working? Yeah. So tap on this, cancel, tap on this, cancel, then tap on this, cancel. I don't know why it says add property. Oh, actually I do. It's because it's the generic object form. Okay, that's broken for a different reason, because when you click add property, it tries to collect the string from you and for what property you're trying to add. But there's no string collection capability on web right now. So whatever. Good, we're firmly in here. So now we can write our schema for the username form. Let's just say username, password, form, schema. Let's just say username, password, schema. Okay, I'll just type it out by hand. So type is an object. Additional properties are not allowed. The properties that we do specify are going to be user ID and password. And they're both required properties. User ID, password. Here's the username password schema, and we'll pass that here into our thing. And then we also need an initial value, which could just be empty like this. It actually doesn't matter now that we've fixed the schema. And there's also the save label. Okay, so let's just specify that both these are strings for now. We could do better on this schema, but hey, now username and password fields are showing up. This is what I wanted. Now I'm just going to type in my highly secret credentials, Eric3, and the password is, foobar. And hopefully we're going to get a log statement. On value? Is it not called on value or something? Is it called on? No, it kind of looks like it's called on value. Why didn't it say value here? Okay, let me just refresh. Username and password. Okay, so it does pass through. I think it just didn't decide to load the new code, or something happened. Okay, so what happens here when their users try to log in? So this is the place where the session is actually trying to get set. And you know what's not very smart is to just copy and paste this whole thing. Because copying and pasting code is going to lead to bugs. But I'm not very smart, so this is exactly what I'm about to do. On value, okay. So we're going to do post z action, and we're going to call it create, what was it called? Create session with password. And the payload, this is the payload. The payload itself just has the same thing basically as the value. So this is just the form values, specifically user ID and password. I'm going to break this out like this, which is, I know, a little silly. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to rename this to username inside of the form that the user is seeing, because the user does not want to know that it's called user ID. They don't care. So if there's an error, we don't really need to clear anything. We just need to kind of show the error has happened. Okay, so now we're doing an internal set session. What the heck is a user label? Is this used by anybody? Welcome session.userLabel. Yeah, okay. So apparently where does this come from again? It's kind of only used on the client. I see, and it's when we show the user who we think they are. For some reason, user label, what's the difference between a user label and a user ID, huh? Does anyone know? Oh, here it's just address. Okay. So client side, we're like, oh, we remember what email you logged in with. But that's a little bit confusing. Anyways, oh, here actually we have the user ID. So this user label is really just like metadata that the client-side session keeps about like kind of remembering how the user was logged in. But it's just like a label. It's just, so I'll just put in session.userid, which would exist if we like are at this point. Right now the user always returns no session. So it's never going to work, but we will at least get back to the server side at the correct place where we have, where we can check the password. Session is of type unknown. Yeah. I know. Whatever, dude. Oh, look, we just broke the wrong place. It's down here in set session in the code that we copy pasted, where there's no address, and that's what it was complaining about, and that's what alerted me to the problem. So here, session, well, I mean, form values.username is also fine. Because at this point, if we've succeeded, we know they have the correct password for this username. Okay, so we should do at this point when we press login on the client, we should get back to the backend and see see what the backend says. Does the backend get to us? Should be equal to constant. Let me just do a quick refresh, make sure that we're running the code that we think we're running. And we'll see what the backend says there. It says there is a network error. Something was not found in container. Create session with password. Did I not set this up properly? What's it actually called then? Yeah, it's called create session with password. Am I the crazy one? Who's the crazy one? Who's responsible? I'll do a get of auth, and I expect to see, yeah, create session with password, but I might have had a typo or something. Yeah. Okay. Session only has 2 S's, not 3. I know people come here to the stream to learn things. And now you know, session only has 2 S's. What would you do without me? I don't even know. You would be suffering, struggling. Okay. Okay, so we're properly setting the user ID and the password. And we're sending it to the server. Now, does the server see what we want? Password should not be shorter than 6 characters. What if we type the password of foobar? And of course, we need to show this error to the user properly. And also, pretty bad that the username gets cleared on the second request. That's pretty shameful. And I don't even know where to fix that, but there's like so many different ways to fix that because that's so obviously broken. But one way to fix it is to say that the value here is basically stored in a state of like attempted login and set attempted login. There's like several ways of fixing this, so I'm not super happy with this, but now when you do set attempted login with the form values on value, and then even if you have to attempt several times, now the username should be persisted. So I'm going to refresh. And I'm going to go through that same workflow where I had a username and password. And I hit login. And then something doesn't work and then I change the password. And when we log in, we should see the username continue to flow through. A. Whoa. What happened? We didn't even get to the same place, right? That was the server error. So the connection itself is the one logging this. Oh, it only logs when there's an error. And this wasn't actually an error because we got the password length to be proper. So first it was a validation error, and now it's not an error, it's just that we're coming back saying that there's no session. So we could actually, instead of create session returning null, in this case what it should do is it should throw an error because basically the password and or username are not matching. So we are back on the server side, baby. We've been bouncing back and forth, implementing this workflow between the server and the client. And we are back, baby. Back to back. So where's the server side? I said we were on the server side, but I'm not looking at it. So inside of create auth, okay, I'll open auth file myself because VS Code just doesn't want to load it by itself, I guess, for some reason. No big deal. Okay, create session with password. Log me in, please. Yes, this would be a good time to log in. So what's happening here inside of create session is like two things. It's like step one is like doing all this logic to determine if they can create the session, if they're allowed to. And then the second part is actually creating the session. So we need to be replicating the second part where we're actually creating the session inside of create session with password. But first, let's worry about the password check itself, and then we'll get to the place where we need to actually start creating the session. So user ID and password, and we probably have in context something called user files. So here's the implementation for when we were setting the password, right? Nope. Here's the implementation for when we set the password. We get the path of where the user's data is located. We grab the JSON that corresponds to this user. We generate a random salt. Then we take the incoming new password, combine it with the salt to create a secret digest, or an obscured digest. And then we save the digest and the salt, merging it with the existing user data on the user's file. So what we need to do, basically, the first step when we're checking out the user is who they are via password. We need to get their user's file. Okay, so I'm going to go back to web and click, wait, I need to make it so that the web app actually kind of handles that failure a little better. Sorry, back to the client. But some people are interested in the client-side work a little bit more, I think. The server stuff can be kind of dry, or people are just interested in what they have to do for their day jobs. What am I looking at? We're inside of username, password, login form. So what we'll do is, like, if there's a failure, we need to get the form saving button to appear again. So what we can do is we can basically reset the password and save that into our state. So in case it's not obvious what I mean by that, let me go and implement it. If there's no session, throw an error that says it failed to authenticate. But it's not actually necessarily Okay, so yeah, there's multiple places basically where we'll get thrown from here, but before we do that, we need to basically catch this case and say set attempted login state, and then we're going to take the previous state, oops, and we'll just overwrite the password to be an empty string. And we'll do it in this case, but also in the case where there's an empty session returning. We can probably get rid of this code branch later, but right now the server returns null. So, okay, I type A and I type foo, and I hit login. Because there was an error, it should have gotten caught in one of those code paths. And there's different types of errors. So I'll just do a debugger here and a debugger here. And we'll make sure that we actually get to the error. Okay, which one are we getting to? What we kind of want to do is we kind of want this form to mount again. Or we're trying to tell it that that we need the submit button back. It's a little confusing because what we're doing was we are changing the state, but this value is not the real value. This value is the quote-unquote attempted value. So I'm tempted to do, like I just really wanted to do something really gross where I have some state that gets incremented, and then that state gets used as the key for this JSON schema editor so that it unmounts and then remounts. Well, I think maybe the bug is inside of the JSON schema editor itself because it hides its own button based on a certain state. If the value state is not equal to the value. But yeah, the value state might eventually equal the value, but you still need the submit button. Yeah, this is the check that's being used. Okay, so we've done this before where on cancel basically will mean that the cancel button is always here. So on value I will make optional, on submit is also optional. And what we'll do now is we'll call both on value and on submit. And if you have on submit, then we will always render the submit button. So this way we haven't broken any behavior, but now we have the ability to just come into Znode and change this to on submit. And now we're always going to render the login button. Okay, so now foobar, I hit login, and we're back in it. Hit play, the login button appears, and there's the error that appears there, which is good because the form is still there, so the login button would have an error in this case. It's not like we really need to throw out the whole form, which is what I was doing before. I'm going to delete this attempted login stuff as well. The value, because it is just the initial value, we can specify this as the initial login value out here. And really this would have an empty string of username and password, but it doesn't actually matter. We can just specify that as the initial login form value. So now, let's go. Username and password, A, B, and I hit submit and it fails. But we get A and B on the server. log me in A. And we aren't able to load the file for username A because there is no file for username A. Code, or sorry, Eric3. I'm like, what do I call myself these days? So now, if I change the username and hit submit again, it's not going again. So yeah, we're still on the client and we haven't really had a good time here. A component is changing from an uncontrolled component to a controlled component. Well, I do know one way of fixing that. We should be to provide the initial values here. I don't think that's the issue. I just want that error to go away. Wouldn't that be nice? I just want the normal errors, please. Yeah, this is the normal errors. Okay, now when I change to a different username, Fuba, why doesn't that new thing cause a request? Tapping login doesn't seem to do anything right now. So yeah, we're on the front end. Earlier in the stream, Radko's asking, "Oh, you doing some front end work?" And it's like, oh boy, are we? We're stuck on the front end actually. On submit value state. Does the value state get out of sync? Let me just put a console.log. Hello? Okay, we're getting to this part. Then what about the on submit? Maybe something's going wrong here. Oh, look, I'm trying to call something that doesn't exist. That probably was showing up in the logs and I just wasn't seeing it. AB, and then I change it to BBBB and the user ID, and then on the server side, okay, we're not even getting to the right code because the password wasn't long enough. Okay, so now on the server side, it's getting the correct username. Oh, my apologies that the bottom of my terminal is off the screen. So I don't know how many times I've been referring to stuff that's off the screen, but that's always the worst fear. So username Eric3. Now I hit login. This is the correct username and password. Highly secure, of course, that it's showing both. And I hit login. And on the back end, it pulls up Eric3's file. And so now we need to go and check that this digest and the salt match basically when you take the salt that's saved in the database and the username that's coming from the user's login request, combine them, make sure it matches this digest in the database. And by database, I mean file system. Files are kind of like a database, you know. I'm not wrong by calling it a database. Don't get upset at me. So yeah, we're firmly back here on the server side, ready to implement this. So first we're going to basically say that if there's no user data, throw new unauthorized error or something. Something like that. Isn't that what I do elsewhere in this file? There should be lots of authorization errors that are getting thrown in certain cases. Right? Maybe? Maybe. Inside of the create session workflow, maybe inside of a strategy, like message auth strategy, which actually is the only auth strategy right now, because it powers both email and SMS auth, which are the only auth strategies. So literally I'm just trying to copy an error. Oh, these are really ugly errors too. So I'll just use ugly errors for now, because I'm no better than I was before. Throw new error, invalid auth attempt, if there's no user data. And we're not even going to provide much more information about why the auth is failing, because like we don't want to specify, for example, that there's a user ID here when maybe like we don't want you to use this to determine what the user IDs are inside of the service. So now we can start pulling data off of user data, including password digest and password salt. And then if you don't have either of those things, then we can't really help. So you have to throw an error. Maybe because you just don't have a password set yet on your user file. Totally possible. So now we can replicate the process. Because we already have the salt saved, we do need to replicate the digest. So I'm going to take this actually and break the digest into a function because I want this to be really identical process in both places. So digest await, digest password, and we pass the new password and the password salt. Now we can reuse this digest password elsewhere. Okay, digest password gets the password and the salt. And it returns a promise of a string. Where did I just go? Okay. So here's digest password happily being used when we're setting the password. And now we want to go through the same workflow when we are testing the password. Password 1234. Yeah, exactly. And my other favorite password, which is foobar. Thanks for pulling up to chat. Schmelly orc. I don't mean to offend you by calling you a schmelly orc. I'm probably just not pronouncing your name correctly. Let me know how I should say it. So the password is coming in here. Password salt had been saved. And then we've got the test password digest. So basically now, if the test password digest does not equal the password digest that we had saved, then we want to throw a new authentication error, which basically doesn't really show them what went wrong. Oh, smelly rock. Yeah, I can see how some people would see that, or I don't know. I don't know why people would see that. But yeah, orcs. Yeah, orcs would be smelly, so that's a sensible name. Okay, so we have some. Oh, I see. So we have an older type for the user data that doesn't include the password digest and the password salt. That's actually going to be a pretty easy fix because we don't actually have the schema being properly validated, but no big deal. Username, what was it called? Password digest, which is a string, and password salt, and neither of these are required, so I'm not going to mention these in the required field. Although in theory, if you have one of them, you should have both of them, but that's not that super important to validate. Okay, you gotta love how VS Code or TypeScript comes in with these squiggly red lines in random places because it's so slow trying to catch up, trying to understand. So now it knows that the user data should have the good stuff, right? Yeah, it knows that, no, sorry, it's down here. Come on. I think we're just gonna wait too long for Okay, good. Type checks out. Password salt. Could be undefined. Oh, yeah, I need to throw if its password salt is not here. Good. TypeScript was actually catching a real error there. Okay, so if we get to this point, we'll get to the log me in, please. Otherwise, we'll get some sort of error. So at this point, the password checking code is kind of complete, but we won't be creating a session for this login yet. So let's see if the password checking works, right? So if I type in a user who's not Eric3 and type login, basically bad things happen because it can't find the user file. If I type in the correct username but the wrong password, it says there's a network error. It says new password is not defined. That's an internal issue. Yeah. I need to fix this reference. Okay, so now I'm going to try logging in with the wrong password, and it doesn't like that. And all it says is invalid auth attempt. But if I type the correct password, it should compare it with the digest, with the code that we just wrote. And on the server side, it says log me in, please, which means that yes, the digests match. We are kind of successfully checking for the password now on my user. And now we need to refactor out the session creation workflow code so that it can be reused here when we're creating a session via password. So at some point here, there's like going to be, here's a log statement that says creating the session. So basically, after a certain point, we have confidence that it succeeds. And I'm trying to keep track of where this is. So strategy authentication, this is where we're asking the email or the SMS system to log in, or to basically authorize the email address or phone number. And the same process actually happens when you're requesting the initial login, like requesting the email or requesting the phone number, and also when you're verifying that phone number. So the strategy authentication only appears when it succeeds. So that's why in this if statement, this is the logic where we're actually handling the session creation. Otherwise, we're returning null. So there's some mutation regarding the authenticator, which is not related to the passwords at all. That's why we need to have separate code. And then it says creating session. So I think this logic where we're actually going through the steps of creating the session, that's what we want to refactor out. And the session is literally just a file in the file system that's stored under the user. So this is the definitive part where the session is being created and returned. And this is potentially modifying the user data. Basically, if they don't have the authenticator, just making sure that they have the authenticator for this user. Okay, so I'll just copy this into a separate function, which is called return function, or just return await create session, create user session. And it's, who knows what dependencies it has. We'll get to that in just a second. But way out here on the outside, I'll create a function. Out at the module scope, I'll create this function called async function create user session. And it's going to need to be given access to like the files, for example. So user files it needs. It's a system files module. It's also going to be given the authenticator ID, which is probably optional. What if the authenticator ID is the password? So that's why I think the authenticator ID would be optional. Although maybe the authenticator ID is the password itself. I'll say it's a string or null. And then we also have the strategy key and the strategy name. So the strategy key can be our own distinct thing for passwords. And I don't know why the strategy name is even really here. Oh, sorry, strategy key is the identifier within the strategy, and then the strategy name is the identifier of the strategy itself. Super easy for me to forget. So the strategy key is a string, but it could also be null, again, in the case of it being a password. And that's not a big deal if you're logging in with a password. Strategy name is always here, and that's going to be a key. A string, I mean. Okay, so the stored session assumes that there's always going to be an authenticator ID. That's why it's considered required. And I will say that it could actually be a null. So here's how you do that. You say one of, and it's an array of either string and null schema. So now when we look at the type of a stored session, it knows that the authenticator ID is still mandatory, but it could be null. And where the heck was I? I was down here. Oh good, it knows now that it's valid. So the strategy key, I think I need to do the same thing. String or null is not assignable to, yeah, so the strategy key needs the same treatment. Good, so now it believes that this is a valid stored session. And also when you're creating the user session, you need to specify the user ID. And now maybe that's all we need inside of create user session. So I'll call create user session in this place where we are ready to create the user with a session for their password. So await, it's actually, we can just do return await create user session. We provide a bunch of arguments, like what does create user session want? We need to provide it in both places for create user session, actually. So it's users files, the authenticator ID, the strategy key, the strategy name, and the user ID. I can't remember that. No shot. My brain is too fried to remember all that. So I'll type out users files. I think most of these things will have the same name. The authenticator ID is null because this is a password-based thing. The strategy key is null as well. The strategy name is going to be some weird hard-coded strategy name. I'm going to use $password because it's not an actual strategy. It's that like the auth is just kind of like using the strategy key as a placeholder so that way we can keep track of like how this session was created. It's like, no, they didn't log in by verifying their email or their phone number. They just logged in with their password. But it's not actually a strategy name, so whatever. Okay, now the user ID is here, and now we can trust that the user is the user ID. Exciting stuff. And now, oh, here I'm just treating it like an object, like as if these were named properties, but JavaScript doesn't have named properties. Okay, so now that's creating the user session for when they log in this way, but what about when they log in the old-fashioned way by going through the email or phone number workflow? We need to make sure that create user session isn't broken down here where we extracted it. So it gets access to user files. I think actually all these names that it's accessing are available in the current scope. So we can just do it like that. What does it say? I want the types to check out. Give me approval, TypeScript. I'm seeking approval. All right. TypeScript approves of this workflow. Okay, so now what happens when we log in? Do you think it'll work if I just click log in? Looks like I just logged in with my password, baby. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what to do now. It's just working so well. Okay, what if I change the password again? I can change it to something top secret, like asdif. It needs to be at least 6 characters long. Okay. This isn't looking good because like this user interface for changing the password is just whacked out. It doesn't even respond. But I think I may have just changed the password on the back end. I don't know if the logs are going to imply that either. Can we get some validation on the server logs? Maybe not. Maybe the server doesn't need to log anything because things are just working, you know? So I'll log out and log back in the same way. Username, Eric3. Password is asdif. And I log in, and I'm logged in. Okay. And I log out. I'm going to try logging in with bad credentials again. Eric3. Now I'll try my old password, foobar. Okay. It doesn't really give me a good user interface for this failure. Like, it should be way uglier than this, if I do say so myself. Or it should be way more helpful than this and less ugly. It should be less embarrassing than this. Okay, now for fun, what are the odds that any of that stuff is going to work on mobile? Because I've been spending months in this code base and I'm quite familiar, actually, I have a lot of confidence that it's going to work just right away on React Native. But I've been wrong in the past. Am I running the React Native app? Probably not. So yarn workspace, zoo mobile, dev. Oh, and I'm not in the code base. So now I'm running the server. Oh, it's called start, actually. It's not, because it's the Expo app. They call it start instead of dev. No biggie. I'm trying to open the simulator just from... Okay, usually I can just like search for the simulator and it opens up. Hello, simulator. Oh, I can just press I over here and Expo will programmatically do it. I don't know why they need my password, but that's okay. Fortunately, my password shows up as dots when I type it on stream. Unlike in my application where the password is just visible as plain text. Okay. Gonna say it totally failed. Simulator.app. Okay, it worked when I managed to search for it the second time. And it's showing a different simulator than the device where I have stuff installed. I'm pretty sure I have an iPhone 12 mini or an iPhone 13 mini. To boot up iPhone OS. Okay, hope I have Zerve installed over here. No, maybe they gave me a new version of iOS when I upgraded my Mac OS. And now I'm in like a painful process where, so like yarn workspace, zoo mobile, expo, run, iOS. This is the command line way through expo where I should be able to have it installed to my local simulator and running. And it's doing a full build though right now, which is going to take a long time. Well, I'm actually going to take a few minutes off because this is going to take a while. Might not even work. Um, but how cool is that? We got password authentication working on mobile in less than 2 hours. And by mobile, I mean web, like the non-mobile mobile. I think my computer's freaking out a little bit, dropping a few frames here and there. But yeah, just hang out. I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. I'm gonna heat up some coffee, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for joining me so far. All right, back from a little extended break. May have gotten a little distracted looking at Twitter, thinking about all the different authentication workflows that are a good idea to support. Anyways, we were launching the mobile app before the break, and it launched. Look at this. It's kind of a relief that I don't have to spend time debugging the React Native side of things, the React Native build or anything like that. So I'll tap on auth, and we see our new workflow. And yeah, if you're in chat, by the way, feel free to say hi and let me know what you want to see next today, because we kind of have reached a good stopping point on this username password project. Hopefully, I'm going to tap on this and see if I'm able to log in. It's introducing me to some new iOS features, it looks like. I'm just going to close the keyboard, type in my username and my password, asdif. What if we make it so that the password field actually has the dots, has the secret hidden input? That'd be a fun feature to add, because it'll show you a little bit about how the infrastructure works, and that's a front-end feature. So asdif, and I type login. And I'm logged in on mobile. I didn't have to lift a finger to make this work on mobile, because this code is not specific to either platform here. And it's been so many years that I've been kind of building up to having the ability to do that. Most of the time it doesn't work this well. But this was just kind of adding a new logical feature. We weren't really adding anything new to the user interface. We weren't really adding anything new to the infrastructure. But now we have the ability to set our username and set our passwords. And let me double check that I can set the username on mobile and see what that looks like. I'll just claim the username Eric. Oh, interesting how usernames with a capital letter that's a problem. I should probably create like a big list of sort of issues, especially with the authentication system, so that way I know kind of what are the important things to finish up before I get people in here. It's like, what happens when I hit set username with a capital name? Like, now, do I just have a capital username? I think I do. Also, this is actually a good thing to fix, to work on. Because no one's letting me know that they want to hear me talk about high-level stuff, or talk about open source, or talk about business, or talk about any other area of the code. I guess I might as well continue with this area of the code, like the user interface for a logged-in user. And what I kind of want to do is I want to make it look a little distinct. So there's the capabilities that the user has that they have when they're logged in, and that is this store thing here. But these other things are really specific to the application, or specific to the auth system. So I kind of want to filter out from this list set username and set password, because store belongs here. Store is like this is Eric's store. This is Eric's data. But things are not working right now because the set username flow, right now this is just handled by like the action code, and right now it's not even loading for the same reason. Basically, we've broken the session on this app, and probably also we've broken the session over here, but we weren't logged in. But now we can try logging in with capital Eric, capital E Eric. I think the password is still asdif. And yeah, we want to make it so that when we change the username, it also changes the username on the local session. Excuse me. So let's filter out this set username and set password and start cleaning up some of this behavior. The other thing is, on this screen, when we reload, it should notice that our session is broken and basically give us an error. And that same error should appear when we tap here, because that's what's happening on the back end. We're getting this error. And we need to show it to the user because it's like saying, oh, you're not logged in properly. You should go log out and log back in. In fact, maybe we want to do that for them automatically. But right now, I'm not certain about that because maybe they don't want to log out and log back in, and there's something else that's going wrong. But in the case of the authorization error, which is probably what the error that's happening, yeah, it's the code. Code is unauthorized, and it's also got the HTTP status code. Unauthorized HTTP status code. So yeah. Also, for example, in an incognito browser, like if someone's not logged in, what does it show them when they access the one resource that they can't access, which is this resource? It's auth/user. I mean, I'm certain what's happened if I open up the console is it's gotten errors. Oh, just a few errors here. La-di-da. Don't mind me. And also a little bit of log spew. Here on WebStore init, I'm going to clean this up because I think this is code that we had fixed a while ago, actually. Quote unquote fixed. It's fixed enough for us to pretend, like, please don't look at this file. I did all of this on stream. So if you really need to find out about gross storage, then you can look at the stream on a certain day. Probably the day like, well, will you give me the version of this file? 3 days ago. So yeah, go watch May 14th stream. May 14th stream, it looks like, is where I implemented this. Gross storage. And I cannot even disagree that it's gross storage, because this is literally just using local storage, basically to store things like the session on the client. And I only went into this file to remove this. We need to address these errors. And boy, there's like a bunch of errors, and it's like aggressively trying this. So React Query basically tries a bunch of times. So we need some way to like kind of tell React Query, once it gets a 401 error, it's game over. Like, don't bother trying again because you're not authorized, and spamming it isn't going to help, right? I don't know if this why the query is being made so many times. I do see at this point the query gets made again because the session, or because the client connects to the server, and then it has a client ID, and then it wants to basically connect with that client ID. So that's not brilliant because it's hitting the server again, but at least I understand that. What I don't understand is why it's happening again and again and again. And my first intuition, like you've already heard me blaming React Query for this behavior. Because I think React Query does have some stuff where it sort of tries to query again, which is not a bad thing. Like in the case of a mobile connection or something, that's great because like it could have been a flaky error, and if it fails, just try again. But that depends on the type of the error. Like if you can't reach the server, or if the server has a 500 error, that's different from a 401 error where we say, look, you're not authorized to see this. So I'm around this, whenever there's like error handling, I'm so tempted to start experimenting with new React features, like React suspense for data loading and some of that stuff that's starting to show up in Next. But I'm going to try to hold off on that because I just need a functional UI, and then we can worry about making it fast, because I think the way to make it really delightful is by focusing on making it delightful. And sometimes that does involve performance, optimizations. But right now I'm optimizing for user delight. And users are going to be delighted to have this thing exist and be robust, even if it's like slow and has a clunky UI. So yeah, just robustness of really basic stuff is what we're on. But I will capture this progress that we made. Such great progress on password authentication. I'm just going to commit all of that because most of that was good changes. I'm sure we made a little bit of a mess here or there. And time to really get into this, though. So this is basically inside of React Query. We can take a look exactly at the code that's doing this. So znode, I think this is the one that uses the query itself. Let's see what it imports from query. Lots of stuff. So it's this stuff is happily querying the server. So use znode is probably used a few places. Or is it called, yeah, no, isn't it use znode? So there's Z state node, which we have turned off. No wonder this has been broken for us. It hasn't been turned off for a good reason either. Why can't we import the empty schema store from here? We shouldn't be using the empty schema store most of the time. Oh, it's because it's already imported. So now I can also fix all of the type errors that we have with JSON schema form in this file. Because this file we can get to type safety without too much difficulty. But getting the schema form itself to be type safe is tricky because it involves like the safety of it involves like the type of JSON schema itself in really like confusing and meta ways. But we can fix a few of these type signatures around. And it's not ideal to provide the empty schema store. The schema store is relevant here in JSON schema form because it's querying for other schemas. You can actually have a schema that refers to other schemas, and so the schema store is where the form looks up other schemas that might be relevant. It said static node can't be used as a JSX element. That's intriguing. Does it just not... well, that's not an error that I was really expecting, if I'm being honest. Element or element is not a valid JSX element. So the problem is that it returns an array. Yeah, it's mapping. This is so goofy how in order to make this a React element, I know what the fix is. It's just going to be, it's so silly. Like, watch how I'm going to fix this error down here. It says, oh, like, you can't use an element in this way, but I think you can. Like, I don't know why I couldn't use an array here, because all of these things have keys. So watch the fix. Like, I need to wrap this with JSX, literally. And that it's going to be gross. Or not super gross, just weird. So I need to wrap it with these JSX tags, but then this is JavaScript, obviously, inside of here, or TypeScript. So I can open up a curly brace, and then down here I need to close the curly brace and close the JSX. And then I hit save, and Prettier adds these parentheses and formats everything. And now, down here, I go to this error, it's like, oh, that's a valid element now. Because apparently it's so important that this is a single element. It's just inferring that based on the way that I'm using body, by the way. I never told body, or wait, no it is. It is my fault, perhaps. No, it just knows that this is a function, or that this is a component. Anyways, I don't quite understand that. Navigation abstraction, I want to fix that. But I already promised myself that I would be working on authentication stuff today, and there's so much to do on the authentication side of things. Let me just add the, I'm just improving the type safety around here. Mostly just to like have better readability and understanding of what's going on. But this is a pretty common problem throughout the code base, actually, where when you're when you're interacting with the server, it comes back as an unknown type. And that's a really common and abstract problem that, like, as a system, I'm trying to fix in other places. But in a lot of cases like this, I don't have that type safety. And I just have to rely on, oh, I know that, you know, when I'm calling something that's called create session with password inside of my application, it's always going to return a session with this thing. And I could fix the type error perhaps by assigning it here, but that doesn't improve the safety of the situation. Because potentially, if I'm wrong, I could put something here that's not correct. So like, for that reason, I don't actually necessarily mind having these squiggly lines. It's like hinting to the developer saying like, hi, this is stuff that you're responsible for keeping track of because of exactly what the situation is that, you know, it's something that's on the server. So, you know, you kind of need to pay attention to what's going on here. But theoretically, we could fix the type errors and that would make everyone happier and would also serve as documentation because then we would link to the actual server-side type of the session here. But generally, that's why we're using JSON schema, because we can convert it, those schemas into types and do that on the client and the server. I was on cancel defined twice in the same definition. What a mess. Yeah, so that's pretty easy to delete. Okay, what about Z feature? I'm pretty sure this is the thing that's used on both platforms now. We've been refactoring to use these features, rather than screens and pages, because features are something that can be used inside of a screen, which is like, you know, a screen on a web app, on a mobile app, and inside of a web app, it's called a page because that's just what Next calls it, and what React Navigation calls it is a screen. So there's kind of separate terminology for separate navigation systems, and feature is the thing that can be dropped into either one of them. So for that reason, we should probably be removing this sort of navigation logic outside of the feature. Because all you should need is understanding the type of the application use navigation, which is not React Navigation's implementation of use navigation, but our own implementation, kind of. It's like a shim where we're allowed to provide our own different behavior on web versus native. But instead of stuff like the navigation prop, I think we should just have type safety of the feature itself. So basically, there's going to be props that are passed into this component and these suite of components. Right now, Z feature is a generic feature that corresponds to the Z API, but there are other features that are more specific, like things that you can do within a single store, like look at a file, which is the first feature that we made the other day. So the custom store is a store where authentication is turned off just for the sake of demo. So now when we tap on a file, this is the file feature. And then on web, we should be able to do all the same stuff. Tap on custom store, tap on A, and we've found a bug. It's trying to display an empty store file name. And yeah, we don't have this bug on mobile. And if I refresh this, I bet you we get the same error, hopefully. Good. So let's take a look at store file. It's basically, what's the call stack? It's inside of file feature, sorry. And that makes sense that we're inside of here. So for some reason, the name here is being undefined. It's fine if it's an empty string, but it's not okay that the name is undefined. And we got super distracted because we were adding an error for auth earlier. So yeah, why is the name literally getting in as undefined? That must be a pretty fixable thing. All of the features on web right now are rendered by web path root. So basically, this is the kind of routing mechanism that that we currently have. I think this probably breaks code splitting pretty badly, which is a big concern as we start to add lots of features here. So for that reason, maybe we want to revisit it. But Next doesn't make it super easy to get programmatic access of the path. It really makes me want to move away from Next. Because, yeah, basically right now I have just a hack to catch all of the paths of the whole application and send it to this file. And Zed feature, the thing that talks to the API and uses the path, the web path as the path inside of the API, this is the fallback. Okay, we reached the debugger. We reached this is the path of the store, which is correct, which is a single item array. Files path index is going to be probably 1, right? Does files path index? Yeah, it's 1. So, oh, we reached the name of the path by, or the name of the file by doing this. Path.splice. Huh. For a file feature, this isn't correct, I don't think. Doing this .splice behavior is a good idea if you want to access several items of the path. But for the file, especially, we only want to really access the one name, just the name of the file, which is A, literally the character A in our example on the browser. So I'll change this to path and look up the file's path index plus 1. Because the file's path index is the index in the path for $ files. So here we take this. I'm just going to take it out into a separate const. And we'll refresh. The debugger will sanity check our situation. Good. I don't know why we did that yesterday. We can blame that on yesterday, Eric. Okay. Okay, cool. So it's an array. This is an array. We can come. If we hit edit schema, it's not going to work because the schema editor is not here on web. But it exists on mobile. Back to our authentication situation. Right, if I navigate to auth/user, I should get all sorts of, oh no, I'm logged in here. Okay, so here, I'm going to refresh even on the mobile app to see what it looks like. And I don't even know why it takes that long for the network error to happen. Again, because it's getting a 401. It should be right away failing. Looks like our Metro server crashed. Don't know why. Maybe we just don't have it running right now? I don't know. Okay, Yarn Workspace, Zoo, Mobile. Start. Great. Expo is also running in my browser. And we come over here, hit reload. So I'll tap on auth, and it should quickly show the error, but it's kind of doing that thing where it tries it again and again. Not ideal. Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty of it. Because it's inside of Zed feature, we're calling use Zed node from here. Right, exactly. So there's is loading. So use Zed node has the implementation. It's calling get typed Z, and this calls simultaneously for the value of the node and the type of the node. And this is kind of the typical entry point when you're loading something from the Z API and hence something on the Z front end, or on the Zerve front end even, the Zoo front end. Damn, my names are confusing. So this is promise.all, which means that it's going to expect both of these to fail or resolve. So like now we even have an issue here inside of our query. We could potentially figure out how to coalesce one query to the server that requests both of these things, and we wouldn't even have that issue. And that would be good for other reasons. Good to minimize the number of requests. Like, in some cases with React Query, we want to handle, we just want it to fail. So maybe in that case, what it should do is it should return a special thing. It should resolve a special thing. So that basically, like, if the query fails, if something is failing that we weren't expecting, then yes, React Query will aggressively talk to the server and be like, what's the state? Give me the goods. But otherwise, we'll return something special, like a symbol inside of the query, like an unauthorized symbol. This is a great use case for an actual JavaScript symbol. Okay, get type Z calls server get. So server get and server post are the two main calls to the server, where we call into fetch. So there's just a generic catch-all for request error. And this isn't necessarily a network error in the way that we're doing this. Like, this is actually totally wrong. This logical jump from request error to the next line where it says network error. Because just because there's a request error doesn't mean that it was a network error. Because in this case, if res.status is 401, let me check. Let me check the HTTP status code that we use on the unauthorized error. It is. It's 401. I'm not sure if we use the forbidden error as well. I don't even see the forbidden error here. And that would be used if we know who you are, but you're not allowed to access a certain resource. But the problem with the forbidden error is that people can use it to determine if a resource exists. So for that reason, GitHub, for example, if you're querying for somebody else's repository, someone else's private repository that does exist, they will return a 404, which is not found, not a forbidden. So from a information security perspective, it often makes sense to use 404 in place of forbidden. So I'm not even going to bother with it, not yet. Unauthorized, 401. We're checking for the 401 case, and we will not even throw an error. We will return something here. But what? An unauthorized. We can create a new symbol out here. Export const unauthorized symbol equals new symbol. And when you create a symbol, do you provide a label or something to it? I know you shouldn't need to provide anything here, but I'm curious if it wants something. Okay, not clear. So forget about that, unauthorized symbol. So we return the unauthorized symbol. And then what we do is in our code base now, we need to check to see if the unauthorized symbol comes back. And the reason we're doing this is because then from React Query's perspective, when it's doing a server get, it will resolve and it won't retry the query. I'm not sure if we want to do this for the post request as well right now. I'm going to skip it right now because that will potentially lead to more edge cases in the posting logic if you post something that's unauthorized. And I kind of want the existing error handling to kick in for the post. But let's try out the unauthorized symbol, the brand new unauthorized symbol. I thought I knew JavaScript, but it's been a long time since I've used symbol, so I actually don't know what new symbol, how to use it. Symbol. Oh, you just call it, and then yeah, you can name it. And it does not coerce the string foo into a symbol. It's creating a new symbol every time. Yes, this is key. This is super key. That's what I meant by a label. Like, it does not mean that the symbol is made distinct by that label. It's not it's not like a symbol that's identified. It's just a symbol that's labeled. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm just going to call it unauthorized. And I don't need the new keyword, apparently. Who knew? I didn't know. Okay, now I assume TypeScript will learn to love this code. And elsewhere in our code base, we need to go check for it. And yeah, so like when we're rendering something and we get back unauthorized, then hey, we just like render saying like, hey, here it is. And by it, I mean your data. And by your data, I mean a message that says unauthorized. So get z resp is going to be unknown here, I bet. so that it actually can be a symbol in addition to all of the JSON. Post Z action. Well, let's just like see what breaks, because I think stuff will break now. Let's do it on web, where we actually easily have access to a place where we shouldn't be able to allow. Oh wait, no, we are. This issue was on mobile, and this is what's happening actually. When you tap on auth, it's loading the user, and I'm not seeing. Provide a valid session in the authentication. So it's not accepting the session, which is fine, because I think what's happened is I've renamed my user. So this mobile app has the old user saved in the session, which means that the session is totally broken. And on the, actually, so nothing wrong, there's nothing visually wrong here, except we need to show an error when the user's data doesn't load. Okay. Zroot, what do I call it? Znode. So Znode has there's zauth node, and zauth node renders logged in auth node if it sees that you have a session. So the client still thinks you're logged in, even though you're not actually. So it's this Z inline node that's where the goods are. That's what's loading the private user data. So basically the Z inline node has its own loading capability. Or sorry, it's the Z loaded node, which apparently Z inline node just is the Z loaded node, identical, wrapped for no reason at all. I have no idea. Don't know who's responsible for that. Whoever is responsible for this code base, I'm sure, is terribly sorry. Oh, look, so there's is error, and then error box gets rendered. But in this case, there's actually not an error, so that's why the error box isn't getting rendered. It's because data is going to match the unauthorized symbol. So I'll say data equals unauthorized symbol, and then I need to import the unauthorized symbol, of course, from Zerve query. And then we're rendering what? An error box? Is this a string, or what is this? This condition will always return false, since node with type unknown any, and they will have no overlap. Okay, use znode does not acknowledge the type properly. So there's some place where the types are introduced. And it's not, okay, in the case of use znode, it's confusing because there's two values. Node and type are both on here, and either one of them could, yeah, so I'm not understanding the data correctly, because it's really data.node is the unauthorized symbol, or data.type. Data.type. So I don't know if I'm going to fix the type errors here, but I think this is actually a logical fix. Oh, the object is possibly undefined. That's actually a valid term. Okay, cool. Thank you, TypeScript, for informing me. And now, potentially, if I go into auth, it says error asdiff, because now our client is seeing, oh, you're not allowed. There wasn't an error talking to the server. we just know that you're not allowed. So instantly it says bad user. Your session, I'll just be the most descriptive error right now for what the current problem is, even though it's not necessarily strictly correct here. You are please log out and log back in. Okay, so now when you click log out, what's going to happen? Well, it's going to attempt to log out Eric3 from this thing. So this is where we're going to reach another issue that would be a great time to fix this. So the problem is going to be that logout has multiple steps. So the button that says logout calls a function called logout. And this function it starts by clearing the local session key. It clears the session token, and then it makes a request to the server. The request to the server to log out, though, will fail because the user ID here is not valid. And this is a possibility that will happen sometime to people. What can happen is that if one client changes the username, the other client doesn't have the username changed, so they will basically be forcibly logged out because their session stops working if their session doesn't have the correct username. So for that reason, actually, it would be beneficial to just have session identifiers as the only ID necessary. But from a performance perspective, and it doesn't really have any implications on security, like your session needs to refer to your user ID. So that's not like a great drawback, because it does mean that if your username changes, your other clients will be screwed up in this exact way. It'll get through this step where it's able to clear the token, but then this will fail. And then we'll never get past here. And if we never get past clear session, then you can't log in again on the same connection. You basically need to delete the connection and add the connection back, which is a pain in the ass. So what we need to do is make it so that once logout fails on the front end, you're able to go through a forced logout function, which doesn't exist. But now it does. Now forced logout exists, and all I need to do is delete this part. And because clear session just deletes the entire session, clearing session token is not necessary either. So I'm going to call it force local logout, because that makes it really clear that it's just deleting the session locally and it's not doing anything remotely on the server. It's not remotely doing anything on the server. Nothing on the server is remotely happening. There's not even a remote chance of something happening. So force local logout, this needs to get called by somebody, right? Because the logout is right here. So what I'll do is I'll create a new logout button component that's going to have some special logic where basically after you log out, there will be probably, like if the logout fails, there will probably be two buttons available, which is logout again, which is like attempt to go back to the server and delete this session. And then there's force logout, which clears it all. So I'm going to copy the logout button, create a new thing called logout button. So this has what we had before. Ready for force logout. And is set ready for force logout. So this is just going to be a simple state where you start off that no, you need to log out in the normal way. But if the normal way fails, the other button appears. So we're going to return multiple things. For now, I'll just have a button for each. And what was it called? Forced local logout. It just needs the connection. Okay, so the connection and the session both need to be here. These are the types that they are, and we'll pass them through. And look, I even have a button here that says logout. Oh wait, no, that's a different button. Logging out of all sessions is basically like saying that, oh, I don't want anyone else to be logged in as me right now. Which is different from logging out of one device, of course. So I hit save. Let's clean this up. And let's see if both logout buttons are appearing. Okay, great. But actually, I only want this one to appear when you're ready for the forced logout, which by default is no. So how will we catch it? But did I use leading language? We catch it. All we have to do is catch it. Catch in the case where the logout fails, and if it does, then we say, oh, well, we're going to give you this alternate button because you might need it in order to just get out of a broken state. And we also kind of still have the problem. So like theoretically you would throw the error back, so that way whatever error handling logic you had like at least kind of happens. Like, I don't know, like probably like a toast should show up saying bad things are happening. Bad things. I don't know. Okay, let's try it. Now on our mobile app. And this is an important thing to fix because we need to make sure that people can't get into really bad states in this application. And if they do get kind of stuck, that there's like a way for them to get unstuck. So here we go. I'm going to hit log out. It fails. It says network request failed. These things at the bottom should probably get caught internally, but this is just what the server is saying. Please provide a valid session, which is like their generic server error. So now there's this new button, forced logout, aka delete session. If I tap it, it resets the whole thing. So the session still technically exists on the back end, but that's not really our problem anymore, is it? Cool. So we can make more improvements, though. Lots more improvements. What changes have we made locally? I'm going to just probably commit this stuff. I'm a little concerned that we're not handling the unauthorized symbol in all of the places where we should be. Because, for example, we handle it in Z loaded node. I know you can't see behind Lo-Fi Girl here. But down here we handle the unauthorized symbol. This is in Z loaded node. there's other places where I think we need to be able to handle it. So I'll copy this and say Z feature, because this is another place where we're doing use Z node, and we're rendering user interface for it. Because we're rendering the UI for it, and this is the thing that might come back with all sorts of missing data, or even worse is data that's not missing, but just that you're not allowed to see. Because you are not authorized. Okay, we're just gonna kind of blindly put this in here and hope that it works. Okay, we import the error box. We also need to import the unauthorized symbol, naturally. Okay, I don't know what we're testing. Where are we testing? So this, by the way, how long React Query was querying for the Zerve public server, that's exactly what we want. if the server's down, like, keep on trying to get to it. Of course, that does mean when the server comes back up, it'll be potentially hammered by the clients. But we also have a CDN in front of our server for that reason. Let's go take a look on web, especially where we have slightly better UX. So here, interesting, there's no logout button. Wouldn't there be a logout button? Oh, we're an auth/user as opposed to going to, oh, the back button is not behaving the way I'd like it to. It behaves like the browser back button, and it should behave like the up, but that's logically a project. That's logically a separate project. So in the store state, now, sorry, in the custom store, what was I even looking at? It's just nice to click through things that aren't totally broken. So yes, so there's auth, and then there's also auth/user. And auth/user just has the raw values here that come from the server. But if you go to auth, it should present as a properly auth-looking thing, including the logout button and others. So here I'm properly logged in as Eric. Let's filter out set username and set password, so that way I can go and implement those things properly in the code. And then we can maybe add at least we set username back, because set username needs to come into our local session and modify the user ID, so that way it doesn't break the local session. So how does the front end know what these things are? I think I need to just, on the front end, there's going to be like a list of things that are coming from the user. It's called the auth user logged in something. But yeah, so unauth UI and logout fallback. You can commit all of that stuff. Okay, close. Clean it up. So Z node logged in auth node renders a Z inline node. So now we've got a problem where Z inline node basically needs an argument where I can hook into it and override the data that it has, basically. So this is kind of hacky what I'm about to do. And the other thing is I'm going to just use that loaded node directly, because it's the same thing. And the zloaded node needs an override function of some sort that allows me to hook into it. And that needs to be passed basically into use z node. Or should I reevaluate how this works? Like, one question is, like, on the framework level for people building any sort of application, do they have the ability to, like, I'm trying to... Well, anyways, I'm bouncing all between these different little sub-projects at this point. So before this devolves too much, let me get a little bit more focused work done. But I am trying to sort of rethink the authentication system and what I was just trying to ask myself is, for the users of the framework, do you need to prevent the users from changing their own usernames? Or is it that always users can edit their own usernames in your system? And I had made it so that you can prevent that. So on the server, get user zeds, there's all sorts of capabilities on user, like changing the password, changing the username. And that's it right now. But eventually maybe more things. And right now you can expose as many of those things to the user as you want just by returning them inside of get user zeds. So now and that is using the Z abstraction. But now we're popped into the zoo API, or the zoo application. And the zoo application is much more specific to what Zerve is doing. So we can build all sorts of user-specific code. And yeah, like Z-loaded node here, maybe that's part of the confusion, is that we're like inside of fallback code rather than being inside of code that's like meant for zoo itself. So maybe we want to bring some of the authentication logic outside of Z-loaded node and make it so that when you have a certain contract, because on a low level, by the way, let me just show you this. I don't think anyone cares, but on a low level, if you look at like the dot type of auth, it specifies that it's a container, and a container has all sorts of children behaviors on it, and that's what it's documenting here. It's saying, oh, we have a logout action, logout all action, creating session with a password, creating a session with an email. These are all of the things that are available on the auth. But basically, because it's a container that has a meta.z contract set to auth, what that means is that it has certain other behaviors. So that's what this z contract means. It means that someone's promising, like z contract almost conceptually means zoo contract, but anyways, it's a mess of abstractions, and nobody wants to get confused by this stuff. It's a mess of abstractions, but it's not totally a mess either, by the way. Like, conceptually, I even want to pull it up on Keynote. Like, I don't know if I have this diagram ready. I don't, but if we just create a new Keynote, come into here and delete all this, create a big text. There's zoo, which is the Zerve application. Which is like the content management system tool. Then there's Zen. And there's Zed. I want Z on this side. So this is cross-platform data and code primitives. I'll be more specific. Cross-platform TypeScript or JSON and TypeScript tooling. Which even includes a generic server, a generic API server. And Zen is the cross-platform user interface, UI, and navigation. So if you build applications with Zen, they will work on web and mobile, but they will kind of look like Zerve. They will kind of look like Zoo, the main Zerve application. And then in your code, you are welcome to fork and use Zoo itself for whatever you want. It's just like an open source building block that gets published as the Zerve trademark. I don't actually have a trademark, but I want one. Application. So you're welcome to distribute apps called Zoo if you want, but you can't distribute an application called Zerve because that's the thing that I'm working on. But you're free to take all of the code, and this is kind of hopefully will help people understand why I'm discussing and I'm thinking about like, okay, how much of the authentication system should live in Zed versus live in Zoo? And that's where it gets tricky. This is one of the messiest areas because a lot of things are really clear of like, oh, which part is in Zen, which part is in Zed. So anyways, this has been in my mind for a while, and now it's not just on my mind, it's also in a randomly named unsaved Keynote file and also on Twitch. And I put my VODs on YouTube. I have a VODs YouTube channel now, which I probably don't need to explain to anybody watching this. So, popping back out to the real juicy stuff. We've got login working. What does it look like on web once we've logged out and we try to access something that we can't access? You're not authorized to view this. Please log out and log back in. Cool. Except log out and log back in only makes sense as an error if you're not already logged in. And most of the time when you see this error, okay, please log in or yeah. Because here's the thing, does it know whether or not it thinks it's authenticated? Do you have access to the session at this point is what I was kind of hinting at. Yeah, we do, because we have con. Con will have .session. So, well, we're creating the error text for this. Oh, man, we've implemented this twice. Darn it. Darn. Which one are we in right now? I'll just simplify the text on one of those errors. Okay, this is what we're looking at here. And it's Zed loaded node for where it says please log out and log back in again. So but I will do what I was just thinking about, which is saying if we have connection.session, then we say you need to go log back in. Otherwise we say please log in. You are not properly authenticated. Please log out and log back in. So now it says, please log in to view this. And, it should provide a link to do that, actually. We could provide a link, but whatever. I'm just gonna, I had to type in that URL to even get there, so it was a little bit unintuitive. And we want to clean up the UI for logging in altogether by kind of putting it into a modal and putting it into a new workflow. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, let me try logging in and see what works and what doesn't for a logged in user authenticate, looking at Eric's store, looking at this user's store. So the username is Eric, the password is foobar. No, the password is asdif. I have some top secret security here. All right, I'm logged in. I can tap on the store. It says no files here. So now, out of curiosity, I'm going to go dig around. Yeah. So what happened is that we have a separate store that got created once my username changed. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. So the problem is we have different layers of abstraction that are handling the storage of the user data versus handling the storage of the authentication system. And I did think about letting the users edit data directly in their own user folder. So that way when the username changes, which is just moving the user folder to a different name, when that happens, then all the data would move with it. And for some reason I decided against it. I don't know why. I change my mind all the time on these things, but it's okay as long as forward progress continues. And on that note, we can fix this issue so that way when the username changes, the data moves along with it. This is like an important feature of multi-tenancy here. So hop 2, Zoo feature, Zoo server. My brain is not scrambled, I promise. Has create auth with all of these arguments to create auth. And one of those arguments can be handle user ID change. Prev user ID string, user ID string. And this will be an asynchronous function. And auth doesn't know what handle user ID change means because it has not implemented it. And auth will run this at the very end of the process. So if it fails, it's kind of really bad news, but also it's kind of outside of the scope of auth if this part fails. So last argument, handle user ID change, prev user ID string, and user ID string returns a promise of nothing, promise of void. So now we need to call user ID change when the user ID changes. So we have a function somewhere that does that, right? Create session, user. Oh, did we factor that out? I think we probably did. Set username. Yeah, it's this set username action. And I don't know what all these squiggly red lines are about. That upsets me, Can't have those squiggles. Can't be squiggling all over the place like this. I'm telling you. So the signature for handle user ID change looks like this. And we want that to flow into this get set username action. And this whole thing should be optional, right? Like if you don't want to handle doing anything when the user ID changes, like why would you have to? So that's optional. And it's also optional for get user action. for the get set username action. And again, we're doing it at the very end of the process. So you're going to do await, and this is where we know the previous user is the user ID, and then there's the new user ID. And it's really, you only can run it if you have it. Now, how are we feeling on all this stuff, TypeScript? Okay, TypeScript likey. So now we need to implement our handle user ID change. It's kind of a bummer. Yeah, basically what we're doing is there's two directories that need to be moved. One for the actual user's store, which is located inside of the system files. It's all so confusing, honestly. It's not really ideal that I'm reusing the same store, or that I'm reusing the same data for every store. Probably we should be using different data, but this would actually be an optimization for the entire backend, because using the same data backend means that a lot of the same pieces can be cached. But also it means that it would be harder to troubleshoot in terms of like memory leaks. If the behavior of one user could potentially balloon the memory usage of the entire application in a way that would be harder to detect. So yeah, multi-tenancy is a big question, because like, of course, on the file system, different users have different files. But in the memory, how much overlap do you have across your different users? It totally is up to the application. And that's why this data abstraction, I think I call it core data or something, it's pretty helpful, because it is exactly what's necessary for that and nothing more. All it does is keeps track of what data is mutable and what data is immutable, and it maintains a cache for the immutable data. And that's about it. Okay. Oh, gross. I don't like looking at squiggly red lines. All I wanted to do was just do this move. So we already have datadir. We already have something like system files, right? We have internal root files. But do we have a system files at the correct datadir? I suppose not. Okay, well, I want to change the way this works anyways. And I'm not really upset that there's only one store per user right now. Eventually I might want to make it so that a user can have several stores, but for now it's like, why wouldn't you just put everything that you need in the same store? I should make some icons that are like general store themed that make us seem like a little neighborhood store. It's like such a cute little product name. I love calling it the general store. So I want the data to be located differently. User data, this is going to be a hard-coded thing, and then we'll also have the user ID in the path. And I think when you do create general store, it will make sure that this thing exists. Otherwise, we'll be in a bad times. Oh, we're also storing. Yeah, I will go ahead and continue to reuse this data architecture. So this is basically the user ID store. And what that means is that I need to manually move this document inside of the data abstraction when the username changes. But then also then I can just move this whole file, this whole directory. Okay, so internal system files, internal root files, I see, we use because the path secrets file, it might be somewhere, so whatever. So with the data dir files, okay, so there's literally a move. So we're already inside of the data dir, so we need to move from to. And we're inside of user data. We're moving from the prev user ID to. I don't expect this will fail very often because a move command is a really simple low-level command. So as long as we have stuff working with the file system at all, this should succeed. What else? Hang on, I think I've got to go. Let me be right back. All right, there's just a little bit of activity going on in my building. Hopefully it's not too loud. And hopefully I can continue for a little while. I'd love to get to a good stopping point on this. So move.call, this is a real TypeScript error that it's telling me about. I just have a funky API internally when I'm consuming the Z API because data dir files is a Z container, contains all sorts of stuff, including move, which is a Z action, which could be exposed over the API really easily, but when we're using it internally, it's a little clunky. We have to call. So we're handling part of the move. We still need to handle the move inside of the data. And again, data is a Z. So what are the different things that we have on data? Geez, I wish TypeScript were a little bit faster, but it has all these different things like docs and blocks. And What is docs? Is this really how it's structured? This is a little crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's not understanding what docs is it? What is docs? It's a Z group. Right. It's been a minute since I've used this, okay? Relax. Don't roast me just because I don't understand my own code. Because it's a group, I think you can do a .get. You can get basically what we're getting is we're getting the previous user's file that's being saved in this data store. It's not a general store, it's the lower level thing, the data store. So we provide the prev user ID, so const doc, and I think this is probably an async function. What do you say, TS? Yeah, it's a promise to an unknown. Okay, thanks. But I know what it is. If only TypeScript knew inferred, like it could infer through. I think the problem is that this is a kind of a bad generic. It's like this is like one of the weakest parts of the Z API right now is the Z group. But it's an important part of the API, I think. So doc.get. So I think there's doc.z.things, but now I need to go look at the actual implementation of data, of create core data, and look at the implementation of docs. Come on, follow that link, please. I clicked it. Okay, where is docs defined? All right, it's a group. And it's a group, oh, that just allows you to get the doc value. Oh, so it's an actual action that's on here. Okay, it's been a minute since I've used the data abstraction. All right, it's called move doc or something like this. Delete doc, set doc, it's called move doc. And it didn't exist, but it's going to be really similar to set doc. Hey, don't make fun of me for like using an API that doesn't exist yet. And then just like hastily implementing things that are at a really low level. Oops, I meant to say from and to. And you don't have a value, and both of these things are required. From and to. Oh, and it doesn't use the data abstraction, actually. It uses directly the real database. So I bet you move is something that I can get from fs extra. And now I need the doc file. From doc file to doc file. Okay, from and to are the arguments that we get. From and to, we've created our paths. So now we simply need to move from doc file to doc file. Okay, so now that move doc is implemented and surely works and has totally been tested and used by a lot of robust other code, obviously. I'm not making this shit up as I go along. Clearly not. Z-actions.z.move doc.call. And I bet you it does statically know what the arguments are for this, right? If I do command space, you should know from and to. Give me the from and to. It's actions dot, I think it's probably actions. Okay, give me the from and to. TypeScript, I want you to infer. Loading. Okay, it doesn't, maybe it doesn't know. Okay, whatever. I know. From prev, oh wait, no, it's from this. It's from that to to that, except it's to the new user ID and it's from the prev user ID. So my suspicion is that, where was I inside of move doc? Create Z action. Oh, this is terrible. Shouldn't it be like a null schema? And then we return null. This is not at all what the this is not what this error was telling me. It's not assignable to I don't get it. Null schema. Does it know what the null schema is? Yeah, that's correct. So why is unknown is not assignable to type from any and to any? Oh, I think this might just be a pattern in the way that I'm... Well, I don't know. Maybe we're not actually having any troubles. Let's just try deleting everything and then creating a new user and seeing what happens. Okay, so I don't know if I want to delete everything here, but I kind of do. There's a lot of junk in here, and I kind of want to see what gets auto-created. I am pretty confident that there's no data I care about. Although there has been some example data that I've used. So fine, I'll just remove things delicately. I'll delete the auth, though, because I don't think I care about the auth. So this was the store cache for before I was I had a username. I needed someplace to store my data. So, but now there's a different location. So I'll just rename this to backup auth 3. I'm going to delete some of the store caches. Oh, whatever. I'm just going to delete all of these store caches. And what is cache itself? I don't know if this is currently used. I don't think so. I think I'm going to delete that as well. Trash makes sense. It does use trash when it throws stuff away. It doesn't actually throw anything away. It just moves it to trash right now because it's a little bit conservative. So blocks and docs. Docs are this is like the actual data abstraction, and these are just references to all of the immutable data inside of blocks. So I wonder how big our blocks have gotten. Still tiny, still 115 kilobytes, but we haven't really been doing anything interesting with it. So this is all JSON references. Should I remove these or not? I'll create a duplicate of docs called docs backup, and I'll remove most of the docs. The only thing I really recognize as relevant is the custom store. Okay, so now let's restart the server. And we can try creating a new user and moving that user and seeing what happens. Handle user ID change is not defined. I wonder if that's still a relevant error or if that was just from before. Okay, these are authentication header issues. If we tap on auth, And maybe that's authentication issues from the web client. It's not necessarily coming from the mobile app here. So I would say log in with username and password, but I don't actually have a username and password anymore. I've deleted my whole identity. So I'll log in for the first time at eric.zerve.app, send me a code, populate my email, and see, look at all of this stuff that it's already created. It's created a cache for the custom store. I'm going to ignore that. But then it's created an auth folder, and it's already creating some stuff for this like attempt to authenticate the username, or attempt to verify this email address, is what I meant to say. Okay, 07A6TU. 07A6TU. Well, it's not good that there's a spinner here. Not gonna lie. It looks like there is a problem where handle user ID change is not a thing. But it needs to be a thing. Any place where TypeScript is really unhappy about it? So inside of create auth, it exists. So it should be here. Maybe handle user ID change was never actually used. No, here it is. So in the get set username action, it's undefined in all these places. So, or it's optional. So why does it matter if it's not defined? Okay, there's a reference to it in Zeus server. Maybe? Here, I'm just going to try restarting the server again. Did I already restart it before? So this is inside of get authz. So we're running get the logged in user. The problem is so yeah, for some reason it's not able to see it even though it's right here. Handle user ID change when we call the get set username action. Oh, it's because I haven't destructured it. And there's this other TypeScript error that was on top that is incomprehensible. So I just moved past it. All right. Well, now I probably... Okay, good. So the mobile app is able to show us this. So it says welcome Eric at Zerve.app. It has my username, but that's just the local label. If we take a look at what my username is on the back end, it's pretty gross long username. This is literally what my user ID is. So long there's a ... when it gets displayed. So I'll change the username with set username, and we'll see if it works properly on the back end. knowing that it's going to break the front end altogether. Okay, Eric. And it failed inside of trying to do a match. Well, the awkward news is that it did succeed from the perspective of the user system. So probably it failed elsewhere. That means it failed inside of the zoo server, this new callback that we made. One of these two things failed. Either the move doc failed, or more likely this failed, because I think there's a match going on inside of here. So here, I'm going to do console.log. And now we're in a busted state because, yeah, we're just in a very broken state right now. In order to sort of test this fix, we're going to log that we are in the handle user ID change. And that's basically all we need to know. And I'm also going to, I don't know what I'm going to do. So yeah, now our front end is in a broken state. We can log out and force log out. Then we can log in as Eric. Wait, we can't log in with a password. We have to log in again as email because we forgot to set our password. Okay, UZQH59. Hit login. Great. Now we can set our password, foobar, because previously, please don't autocorrect my password. I don't like autocorrecting passwords. Great, so now we've set the password, and we can come back in and log in with the username next time. And now we'll try set username again. I'm going to change it to Eric2. And it failed. And what happened on the back end this time? Handle user ID change. So it is successfully doing the right thing here. And then we are later inside of ensure no path escape, which probably is directly inside of the move call of the data directory. So yeah, we need to provide from and to on the move. Is that what we're calling it? No, when we do move.call, we're not providing this properly at all. So we provide the arguments from and to. Great, so now, yeah, maybe that there was like an error about it the whole time. Okay, so log out, force delete. Now I can log in with my username. My username is Eric2. My password is asdiff, or foobar. Now if I log in, I'm logged in. If I set my username to Eric4, I'm going to skip over 3 because 3 is already a very famous Eric. Great. So now it's complaining basically that it didn't have the store in that location for the previous Eric, which is fine. We only need to move it if it exists. So do we check for it and then we move it? I think so. Or we just try. Better than that is just trying. And then catch, and then if it catch, and if the error looks like this error, which is error.code enoent, then we don't actually care. Enoent. Then return. Otherwise, we throw error, because error usually matters. But if there's enoent, in this case, we don't actually care. And I hope this type signature for this error doesn't change later on in the future, but it probably will. So I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. And move doc. Move doc will probably fail in a similar way, actually. This is so dangerous because this is when users' data is getting moved around. And if I don't do this right, then potentially somebody can rename themselves as a different user and then take their data. But only if that user had already unnamed themselves that. So it's like if I'm called Eric and then I rename myself to Eric Vicente, like my full name, then somebody else could, like if this process doesn't go well, then my old data could still be saved under Eric. And if somebody else decides to take that username, my data would be theirs. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with here, is like what happens if this fails. Whatever. I won't have a special case for this because I don't think this is what's going wrong right now. So now we have to go back to this workflow. We log out, we force log out, we log back in. We're logging in as Eric4. Foo bar is the password. Now we're going to set the username to Eric5. We hit submit. Still fails on the back end. Why? Oh, actually, this is exactly what we expected. But this shouldn't happen often. This is only happening if your username somehow doesn't have a store saved under it, which is a little bit weird. It's not impossible. So what does the error look like? It looks the exact same, actually. So I am going to copy this exact same error handling, even though the error handling itself might change. In the future, I think this is the best way to do it. Okay, Eric6 is going to be the one, I swear. All right. Log in with username and password, Eric5 foobar. Now set username to Eric6. It should succeed server side. We'll still have problems on the client. Okay, thank you. It finally succeeds on the server. And let's double check, make sure that, well, I wanted to make sure that the data has moved properly, but it wouldn't have moved properly because the first few username changes had failed. So inside of docs, it still is fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We can move back to the client and make it so that when the client changes the username, it changes the local store. But part of the reason that's not easy is because this user interface is provided dynamically. And I was just thinking about ways to filter it out, but I was not happy with any of those ways. So I'm going to have to stew on that. I'm going to have to think long and hard about it. I don't really know. So what I will do, though, is I will add a new capability, which is going to be just set username built into this screen itself. So there will be duplicate functionality for now. Will be possible to clean up later. So where's the logout button? Zoo node, Z node, logout button. Uh-oh. Okay, so in addition to the logout button, we're going to need our own button. Oops. Lo-Fi girl, we almost lost you there for a second. I blame the AirPod switch over. So we have the logout button. Let's have a new button for change username. And for now, it'll just take the same arguments, because I'm just going to take the logout button and yoink it. Get yoinked. So it'll return basically just a button that says change username. And we don't need this part. Then we can delete all of this. Okay, so here's our change username button. We also have something called use string input, but it got renamed to use text input form modal. It's kind of a long name, but it's fine. Okay, so who it calls use text input form modal? I'm just going to copy one of your call sites because I don't even remember what you look like. I just remembered this is what the hook is called. And it's a good hook. It's a very handy hook. So when you press the button, it's going to be, it's going to start by doing the prompt. And then when there's a value, then basically you're going to console.log it for now. So new username. And the default value is going to be the connection.session.user ID or a question mark. Okay. Rename file prompt, and it's be given. Okay, let me click on this real quickly. What does it say? On get input. So there's an argument, basically. Right. It's calling use modal, which allows you to pass an argument when you are requesting the thing, but because there's just one username here, basically it's always going to be the same thing. This is a void. You're not going to pass anything here. But this value will be here, actually. Username. New username is, and you specify the username. And that is how you use the text input form modal. It's get new user name. And it's actually more like prompt new username. This isn't really an async button anymore. It's just kind of like a whatchamacallem buttons. I thought this said promptly change new username, and I'm like, that's an old-fashioned way of saying it. Promptly change it. So now we should be collecting a string, but then what do we do once we get the string? Are we collecting a string? Let's check that out. Change username. New username, and it has my current username here. That's good. Now I hit a different username, and probably if we look at the log statements of the mobile app, it's able to get that string. So now we need to go and like do something. The way that this would be done elsewhere is like through a mutation, but there's also a few places where it's done inline. Like for the authentication stuff, like I just kind of call it inline like this, and I don't know if it's the best thing to do. I'm probably going to say it's not the best thing to do. But because it's like authentication state changes rather than data that's in the querying that we would be state changing, like for React, something that would be in React query, it's a different situation, I think. And so here, the problem here is on value, I think, is it's not an asynchronous thing, but we have asynchronous behavior now. So what we should be doing is we should have like a spinner kind of associated with the change username button. So maybe when you're done typing this thing out, if there's an error saving the username, then like an error appears as a toast, and the save username button kind of shows up as an error. I don't know. That might be a usable experience, but that's part of the issue, is that it's not currently an async button. Well, whatever. I just can't use this await keyword. That's the only drawback inside of this function. I just can't use that await keyword. So when you do post Z action, it requires a real connection. So that's what this connection is. There's also, basically, if there's no, we're going to like throw an error if there's no session. Can't render username change button without the session. So now we know that session is here. And the reason I was asking is because session has .auth path. And that's where we need to be like querying for this thing. And it's /user/set username. And I only know that this is available because the Zoo server is responsible for providing set username. Not every Z server will provide set username. But because this whole Z node thing is part of Zoo, I think we're in the clear. We're allowed to depend on set username being here. So what does the argument look like? Session has already been declared, huh? How dare you? How dare you? Const con session. I don't know. Why? Let's just use session then. Okay, we don't need to define that. We'll just do this. Session.userid, session.authpath. Great, 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 great. Set username has an what is the argument for set username? Dang it. I wish I could know. I wish I could know. It's auth slash, it's going to be the user type. Am I no longer signed in? Oh, that's right. I deleted all of the authentication. So maybe I'll just take a look at the set username action. Auth. Set username. It's probably a pretty intuitive. Oh, I literally just provide the username. That's funny. I was like, oh, what is this payload structure like? What am I sending here inside of this object? I'm not sending an object. I'm sending the username, which is username. And that's the body. Now, are we done? Okay, here, what if we have a dot then? That seems like it would be intuitive considering we no longer have an await statement. We should have a dot then. We need to do something. So if the server side succeeds at the change, then we want to basically update our client side session. Now, I don't know if we have the ability to do that, but there's a function in here called set session, which talks to connection storage. So connection storage needs to give us a new capability of set session username, is what I would like to call it. Set session username. And this will only work when the session exists. So you need to specify the connection key. You don't need to specify anything else except for the username, of course. Okay, so we're going to basically return the previous state of the connection if it's the wrong connection, right? We're only going to change the connection with the correct connection key. But also, if the con.session is missing, return con, because there's no username, there's no session to update in that case. So here, we're going to extend con.session, which you know exists at this point. And then you're going to provide the new user ID as username. I'll just call it user ID everywhere. Set session user ID. Okay, new function available. Conjunction junction. Okay, so set session user ID. Now we have the new user ID. We need the connection key, so connection.key. That's pretty complicated. And the user ID is the username. Okay. So ideally now when we change the username, we can continue to access the data. So that's going to be the big determining factor for us, I think. Change the username. I'm going to change it to Eric7. And we got a network error. So what happened here? I think we may have basically screwed up because here, what is the actual user called right now? I need to just find out. Eric6 is the current user, but because we didn't have this feature earlier, we're broken. So I'm going to log out. I'm going to log out. I'm going to force log out. So now I'm going to log in with username and password. Eric6 is the current user. Asdif. Oh wait, no, foobar. I always forget the passwords. Okay, so now I'm logged in as Eric6, so now I'm going to hit change username here to Eric7. And we're confident that on the back end it'll work properly, but we want the front end to continue to stay logged in. So, okay, so it hasn't changed the label here, but that's okay because we haven't expected it to. I'm going to hit store, and it still is able to keep me logged in. And like if I refresh and I tap back into the store, like this is the real data, I think. Like I'm able to create a file called A. I'm able to create a file called B. And I'm Eric6. What if I make it so that at the time when it's modifying that session with user ID, it also is changing the... I like the idea of it changing the label as well. So where is that? I was on this other file, connection storage. User label is here. So user label will also become the user ID. So now that we've done that, I'm going to come refresh, go into auth, change the username, Eric_Vicente. Full name when I have confidence that it's going to work. And I expect it to change here in the UI. Okay, it didn't change in the user interface here. That's a little bit of a bummer. What if I tap back and tap back into it? No? Well, let's see if on the back end it changed the user. No, on the back end, somehow it still is Eric6. So maybe something got worse. Oops, I accidentally hit debug with Chrome, which is pretty broken. Haven't used that in a long time. I do not want to debug with Chrome. Please stop debugging. Please only show me one dev menu. Please reload until you're happy to work. I said, please reload until you're happy to work. Okay, thank you. Sometimes you just need to use a stern tone with your code. Okay, change username. I'm known as Eric6. Here, let me log out and log back in. Okay, log out worked without having to force log out. So that was a real session that we were in. Eric6. Foobar. All right. Set the username, change username. It knows my current username is Eric6. I'm just going to rename it to Eric. Hit enter. It didn't update here, but let me tap if I still have my same data. If I reload and tap into auth and tap into store, I do have the same data, A and B. My name here still is out of date. Pretty strange, if you ask me, because, like, is the mutation not working? And I do want to verify that, yeah, Eric6 still is the username. So the kind of glaring issue is that the username did not change like it used to. Eric_ASDF. Right? It used to actually work over here. Right? Well, let me just try doing set username the old-fashioned way, the way that we know should work on the back end. Eric Foobar. Okay, so that did work. So what that means is that it was a client-side issue. And I'm going to rename this back to Eric6 because now that we know it's working on the back end, we can safely rename things back. Oh, except we can't because we can't even have the session that we need in order to rename our username. So that's good. So I'll log out and then force log out. And then I'll log back in with the new username, Eric Foobar. So now we need to get change username to work on the client, and we just recently broke it. Okay, and then I'll also do a console.log when we fail. And maybe I should do a .then before the .catch, just in case the something fails inside of the .then, even though that's not super likely. So I'll tap on change username, or maybe I'll even refresh. Oops, I didn't refresh, I locked the iPhone. Good thing there's no passcode. Ha ha ha. Okay. So auth, change username. Come on. Just E8. There's no minimum username length, I don't think, right now. Okay, what? So setting username to, and it specifies the old username. That was not the username I typed. Change username. Hit enter. Okay, well, at least we understand that maybe the issue is happening somehow inside of use text input form modal. Isn't that a little strange? Because use text input form modal has not provided me any troubles like this before. But hey, This could be the day. So let's do the value and the input label. Because we just need to get to the bottom of this. Change username. And we type in some numbers here. Hit enter. Those numbers didn't show up in either of these places. Like, why? Okay, I just have an idea. I'm going to quit this native app and launch it again. I have a feeling that maybe something wacky was going on through all of these reload cycles that we've been going through. So I changed the username, and now I'm going to try some different text. EricFubar underscore 123. Hit enter. Still, something like weird is happening. Change username. Okay, I'm reliably not able to get new text through this text input form. And I think it might have to do with what's going on with default value. So I don't really know what the default value is. And here it says that it could be a string or an undefined. And I would want it to be, I guess the default value equals empty string by default. So that's not wrong. Text input form. I mean, it's literally just a single use state. It's nothing super fancy. But let's see if it's logging all of the things, including the new value, or the default value. So the default value is EricFubar, and the new value is A. And it still has the default value as the new value. Isn't that a little bizarre? On submit coming out of the text input form is not being correct. And the value here, default value, it says default value equals empty string. So if it's missing, like if it's undefined, it should do this already. But that's actually not the issue for us because the default value is a full string. Change username, and it does not show that new username. Well, here's the simple thing to do. Console.log the state. So when we go to change username and type AAA, do we get 3 log statements? Yeah. So the state is working inside of this component. Oh, I see. We're doing use callback for this thing, and we don't have access to the current state. So we need to provide as a dependency into use callback. I don't know how we messed this one up, but handle submit is really broken. I don't even know how this used to work. This is really kind of an embarrassing bug. It's kind of like a React learning React for one day. This is what happens. Okay, so now we're hitting a network error, so it means we're getting past this. The destination already exists. That means there's basically already a user called Eric, according to the backend of something. Somehow it thinks that. Let me see. So it did actually change the username correctly. So what is this dest already exists? That looks like the sort of error that I would have written. So I'm going to search for it. Dest already exists is a very short, terse error. What if I just try changing to a different username? and make sure I can reload. Make sure that this, reloading crashed the native app. Not authorized to view. I've clearly botched my session. Okay, whatever that is. So I'll log out and force log out. My current username, by the way, is just Eric with a capital E. My password is not changed. So now I can go and change username, and I have high hopes for this to do something. Change username to Eric2. Oh, and it changed up here. That means the session has almost certainly changed. So if I tap on the store, well, Eric's data got lost at some point. Looks like we've misplaced Eric's data. So I'm going to, for now, I'll just fix this somewhat manually, or I'll see if this works. But Eric2, I think the problem is the location of the data had gotten out of sync. And then if I go into user data, for example, I can go into, well, these are all my old user data, but these are all just caches of the data, so I don't actually have to worry about it. We do kind of keep separate caches, but all the user data is all stored together. Maybe that's something we want to revise later. Because if you'd asked me a week ago, I wouldn't have actually known that. Okay, so we're here, we're Eric2, we can create a file. I'm going to create a file called 1. I'm going to create another file. No, that didn't work. I'm going to create a file called A. That didn't work either. How are we doing? Eric2, are you actually Eric2? Are you allowed to do what you want to do? I think error no ent. So this is a problem because I deleted the data while the server was running, I think. I'm going to check my sanity by restarting the server. And now that the server is running, we can go into store. Here's A and B, which I guess was the data from before. So I think this is working. I can create C, and good, I'm able to change the store. Now I'm going to set username. Oh, no, not this way. This is the wrong way. I'm going to change username, which is the user interface way. Eric Vicente. Hit enter. Username changes. Now here's the moment of truth. If I can go into store and the data is still here. Now here's the second moment of truth. If I can refresh and go into auth/store, and if the data is still here. Okay, here's the third moment of truth. This is probably going to be the last moment of truth. By the way, we're not logged in. This is no authentication because we deleted that session. So we're going to see on the Z, there's a place where we can access the data, because Eric is saving his own custom store, but he wants that data to be accessible to the internet. So this is how that works. This is public on the internet. If you access if you access the store state, I need to rename this, but then you access the username, which is Eric's full name, Eric Vicente. Then if you get that, you can actually get the data that is here in Eric's store. And if you want to get a certain file in here, if you want to like just get file A, you do /A, and now you're accessing just this one file that Eric is managing. You know, you have to be logged in as Eric to come in here and modify this, and you can say, you know, maybe this isn't an empty schema because that's useless. Maybe you want this to be a list of something, and it's a list of, I don't know, right now it's really simple. I don't have any other schemas added. So it's just a list of different strings, and you can add, it's like, welcome to the world. Hit save, and now Eric is publishing different data on the internet. And no one can log into Eric's account but Eric. And yeah, there shouldn't be any like huge vulnerabilities, but there always could be issues with this authentication system. That's why I want to get it built and start getting it more and more robust and get it on the public internet, hopefully sooner rather than later. So yeah, this has been a long stream. It's been very fun. Shout out to my one viewer and to the people who stopped by earlier, Radco and Schmelly Orc. thanks for stopping in, and thanks for everyone who pops in on the VODs. I'd love to get your comments on Twitter, or if you want to comment on YouTube. Thanks for being a part of this community. I'm making really awesome progress. I'm getting closer and closer to feeling like this is ready to put on the public internet, not for any general purpose consumption, but at least for the purposes of experimenting and for doing really great demos. Because more and more of this stuff is starting to look mature, and if you just look at the progress today, finally we have the ability to change usernames properly from the front end. And if you saw the first 2 hours of the stream, was really cool because we just made password functionality exist out of nowhere. So like within 2 hours, we implemented basically everything we needed to implement for basic password authentication workflow. So this has been a blast. Thanks for hanging out. Of course, check out the YouTube, and I'll be pushing all of the code shortly to the GitHub. And pretty soon we'll have an actual website where you can consume some of this stuff. But until then, this has been a lot of fun. I'm Code Eric, signing off until next time. Hope to be streaming again a couple more times this week, I hope. Maybe not for this long, but who knows, maybe longer, if some people show up and make it fun. So